So, what is going on, everybody? We're back at it again tonight. We are going to do some gearing up for Season 3. Season 3 starts on Tuesday next week. So we're going to run some delves on the monk. We're going to do time walking on the monk, try to get that helmet. That's what we're trying to gear for is the helmet. We have this neck now. What I'm going to probably do is, if I get enough marks this week, which I should, I'm going to craft the ring and kind of get rid of that. So let's go. I hope everybody has had an awesome Tuesday. Last night I just kind of cut the stream trying to get the GTA RP crap to work for forever. Rage M does not want to work. Not with my system, so I don't know what's going on. As much as I'd love to play on Grand RP because it looks like a lot of fun, looks like a good time to be had, I don't see it happening, so. We didn't get the helm out of the vault this week. I think this is the only character I had a vault on, so. Let's go down here, clear this stuff out. We are going to pop underpin here too. Let's go. So yeah, like I said, content this week. We're going to do WoW for a couple of days, and then I'm gonna do some GTA RP. I need to do the Legend of Heroes games as well, so we need to get into that as well. Pokemon Go, I don't see a whole lot happening this week. The event this week is kind of mid, so involved in instance. Like if I do Pokemon Go, it will be just walking around. Like I said, the event is like really mid, so what we're going to do is try to get through this delve first and see if we can pop an underpin. If we can't pop an underpin, we will pop a holy. What's this? Okay. We'll say this, since I've gotten more versatility, this has gotten a lot better to do. So I'm sitting around 13% burst now. Like earlier I was sitting around 4, so I'm gonna stagger off that little bit of damage. We're gonna grab that. I'm gonna go over this way real quick. I'm gathering. Looking around real quick. We might try to get some 14 in this week, so I kind of do want to go over there and kind of catch up on the story a little bit. I mean, I heard the new expansion really isn't that good at all, but I do want to catch up on that. So I haven't played 14 in over 2 years. So if there's any time to play it, now would be the time, probably. There you go. All right, that doesn't count towards count right now. We're probably going to spend a lot of time on the monk tonight. Granted, we don't have to do any transmog stuff or mount farms, so it's going to be kind of nice. But we do have time walking. We do have a dungeon event going on, so we might try to find like 5 regular mythics to tank on the monk. As much as I would like to get the, we might actually end up getting that last few little bit of rating too. We need, if I see anybody in guild chat. All right, so we have not seen. Who am I in combat with? Game is goofy as shit sometimes, I tell you. All right. Pop it. All right, we got a Delver's Bounty map. We're gonna jump down. All right, let's see what we get out of here. We got a item there. Now hopefully we get the helm.
Sorry. Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 7. This is excellent. What? Galaxy Z Flip 7. See. Hi. Spectrum. Yeah. $1,000 off. Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 7. Trade Spectrum.
fucking shoulders. All right, off the time walking. Where is the time walking? Oh, BFA. Okay, it's not that bad. All right, let's go. That delve literally took 13 minutes. All right, give me one moment. I will be right back. I need to check see if my kids are asleep. Alrighty.
Spirit of his wife. It's tough to say what it is and where it came from.
There we go.
At least in
So-
inspection of the device. The identification is inconclusive. I've heard it. He can't seem to find a convincing answer.
Let us go on. We're gonna go do some time walking. Time walking dungeon. I wish that 14 had a free login campaign. Apparently, I haven't had one in a while, so. Let's go.
How do you do that? No matter what, I see.
All right, let's go. Oh, I can't open it because I'm in combat? Okay, cool. Let's go. So yeah, we're gonna do time walking and hopefully get it. And if not, we're gonna try to go run normal 4 mythics and try to get the helm that way. There's visions too, so I mean we still got a lot of methods to do. I do want to finish leveling those other characters though, and Mage Tower cheese them. I think Mage is the only one I haven't done yet.
When they learn
All right, you want to turn this in? Hmm. Let's see something real quick. Trial of style happens on the first. Okay. Let's go. What is the PvP brawl this week? Keep windows.
Stop moving. Shockwave.
That's a reference to the legendary flying Dutchman who set ship at the site.
Shockwave.
This is a very
Shockwave.
There's a book famous man ship flying. They see the flying Dutchman ever. I'm getting answers. Never say never.
Shockwave.
Science writer and the video man.
Let's go.
Watch your step.
Give me a second. All right. All right. Be back.
Oh, sir, there's a here that you air and sir.
The hex is shattered, but the temple's defenses.
Sometimes it takes a too much to see the possibilities around you. Compelling universities and you need to stop.
All right. Let's go ahead and queue for another. We got 3 more to do. Ow, 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 ow. My ankle itches like crazy right now. All right. Give us a moment. We're going to get into the next one. All right. So how's everybody's night going? I hope everybody's having a great night. Like I said, we're gonna do WoW tonight because of getting ready for Season 3 for certain characters. Then rest of the week we're gonna figure out what we're doing. I would love to get back and recap 14. I don't know if that's in the works right now, but it will be in the future. I'm hoping they improve the 14 expansion. Because 14 is a great game. It really is. It's just this expansion, it just kind of fell off.
I already opened that bag of gold. What the heck?
Okay, is that no diamond plus one. The parts that don't, that like I don't like nice items. So we
See.
can't have one time another. Well, please watch special edition of the group that's out there. Please, just anything. Just every member.
On my neck.
Whew.
Okay.
Let's send these off real quick. right, give me a second. I'm yapping with somebody in Tells at the moment, so I hadn't spoken to them. I spoke to them on Facebook a little while ago. All right, there we go. Let's get the last two done.
Defensive. Break line of sight.
Rezan was a powerful lord. Perhaps you will make a worthy sacrifice for Zul.
Defensive. Defensive. Watch your step. Defensive. Defensive.
All right, let's see. What's that? Watch your step. Watch your step. Watch your step.
Watch your step. Shockwave. Watch your step. Watch your step. Watch your step. Target you. Run. Danger, danger. Change target. Run.
Mm.
Hang on there. Yeah, you're in. Go in. Right. This is awful. Immediately.
Defensive.
Get
Watch wave. Watch wave.
One more, and then we're done with time walking. Hopefully, we get something good out of it. Oh. Oh.
Watch your step. Watch your step. Watch your step. Defensive. 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 Watch your step. Defensive. Watch your step. Watch your step.
Watch your step. Defensive. Shockwave.
Sometimes it takes too much. Is it possible this?
I never imagined she was capable of this.
Move boss. Watch your step. Spread.
All right.
Foolish child, you lack vision. Death is an inevitable force. Every turn. Death awaits you. None will escape my vengeance.
Relax.
Well, Lisa's in there, so again, Lisa's in there with her, so I believe Lisa's aware of it, so all right. All right, let me go ahead and turn this in. Okay. All right, go turn this in. Hopefully this gives us something that we've been looking for.
I understand your frustration, Leora, but do not rush to conclusions.
Nope, it gives us the weapon though we didn't have. Well, shit. Do I have the mythic equivalent of that? I don't know either. Lisa's back there, like I said, so. Mm-hmm. Oh, I know. All right. But we've got everything but the last thing we need. We need the helmet. Let me look up something real quick. I just got told about something. Kind of interested about myself. Oh shit. Okay. Tsunami evacuations in Hawaii after 8.8 earthquake struck off the coast of Russia. Hold on a second. We're gonna pause the music. I'm gonna pull this over on the other screen.
And of course, the buoy there is the one that recorded the trough to crest of 6 feet. Now, again, what does that mean? It means that we do have at least a column of water that maybe.
So McCann just told me about this. Apparently, there was an earthquake off the coast of Russia.
Back in on the Hawaiian Islands, and then we can show you.
That's got tsunami warnings for Hawaii and California, right?
Topography, which is what you see on land, bathymetry rather, is what we have. So if you look at areas like Honolulu Bay, and we'll just go to a close-up, we can see, like right here at Honolulu Bay, it might be a little bit shallower over here, and so that means that the energy is going to start coming in a little bit higher. And we do have another press conference right now. Mayor Rick Blangiardi of Honolulu is about to take the podium.
Have already gotten to safe places. And the fact is, I would encourage you to keep watching. We'll try to update you as much as we possibly can. One of the things that's developed, we brought our team here, and I want Chief Vanek is going to speak to you in a moment, is that at 6:30 tonight, we begin a contraflow to traffic to send everything Mocha. So any one-way streets head at Mackay, people can get on there and head Mocha. So if you know somebody who's stuck in traffic, and we know there's a lot of people still stuck in traffic, if you could place that call, I'll let Chief and Roger Morton, our head of transportation services, give you a little bit more detail, but we want to reverse that. We're trying to get everybody out of harm's way, okay? So again, if you're watching us now, you know somebody who's stuck in traffic.
Did you hear about this yet?
Tell them they've got to be very
8.8 magnitude earthquake off the coast of Russia. And it's sending 10-foot tsunami warnings to Honolulu and California.
I'd like to bring up Chief Vanek.
8.7 magnitude earthquake off of Russia.
The first thing I'd like to say is just to echo what the mayor said.
Well, no, it's heading to Hawaii and California. Well, I don't know if it did any damage there, honestly, but
if they're giving you directions to drive in a certain direction,
yeah.
follow their directions. The next thing I'd like to ask and tell you is, if you don't need to be on the roads, don't be on the roads. If you've arrived at a safe location, like if it's your house, a friend's house, a shelter, or just somewhere safe, stay there. And stay there until it's safe. If you don't need to be on the roads, don't be on the roads. Stay there until you get the all clear. And then finally...
And Hawaii might end up disappearing because of this.
Don't inundate the 911 system. We have a lot of officers out there. They're responding to emergencies. So if you don't need to call 911, unless, of course, it's an emergency, stay off the 911 system. Because
none of his people believe him.
Respond to actual emergencies and calls for 911.
Yeah, that's the old guard. What do you expect?
Director Roger Morton.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I know it's been a rough day on the highways today.
Nope, none of them do.
The good news is...
Let me see what kind of damage this did in Russia.
but since 2 p.m. we have been adjusting our traffic lights to facilitate Malcolm Mackay travel, and we're continuing to do that. In addition, HPD dispatch has been getting their officers to give directions right on the street. My message really is we're half an hour out from when we anticipate this wave to hit. If you're on an east-west coastal highway, now is the time to calculate, are you going to be on high ground? And if you're not, if you have any doubts, you need to get up Malka side immediately, because that's where we're going to have a problem, is on our coastal highways, on Kamehameha, on Farrington, on other highways around the island.
Let's
So
see.
that's the message that we have, is that police on downtown areas are facilitating travel up. It's been a rough day. I know it took a long time for people to get out, but now's the time to get to high ground.
Aloha, Randall Collins with the Department of Emergency Management. Would like to reinforce inland and upward. Get to a safe zone. Get out of the tsunami area and get to a safe area. That is the number one message. The second message is to stay informed. There is one place to get accurate information, and that is at hnlalert.gov. There's no www, it's just hnlalert.gov in your browser. Not only can you get information there about the tsunami zone areas and where we have activated our tsunami assembly areas, you can sign up and stay informed as we continue to text out information and message information through that application. So hnlalert.gov.
Okay, so that's what it did. Okay, so over here, I want to pull this over real quick. That's the epicenter of the earthquake, and it was off the coast. And they got like 3 or 4 meter high waves over this way, but the rest of it's going this way, and that's what's going on right now.
With that, I will turn it over to Dr. Ireland.
Good evening, Jim Ireland, Department of Emergency Services. EMS has had a really busy afternoon and early evening. I want to thank all our paramedics, dispatchers, and EMTs for just all the hard work that they've done today. We have an emergency plan for this type of scenario. We will stop potentially responding and may not be able to respond into the inundations zones as we get closer to the predicted wave arrival, and that time has already passed. So for emergencies that are in the inundation zone or near the inundation zone, we may or may not be able to respond over the next 45 minutes and potentially longer until we get the all clear. EMS has had a variety of calls today, just like any other day, but we've had, it seems like, an excessive amounts of traffic accidents. We had a critical accident up in Laie, another accident in Wailua, as well as Pearl City. So just wanted to echo what the others said as far as just taking your time, drive safely, be careful, because we don't want to tie up ambulances and resources for preventable accidents like traffic accidents. So be careful. Again, heed the warnings. Get to higher ground now. This is all good advice, but we're really coming in really close now to the predicted wave time. So as we get closer, again, EMS may or may not be able to respond to a call in the inundation zone. CORE, which is also in my department, has been very busy. Since about 4 o'clock today, they've been going to coastal areas to help inform and give notice of evacuations to our homeless encampments and populations in these areas. They haven't been able to hit everywhere on the island, but they've tried to hit the busiest and most populous areas for the homeless. So again, a very busy afternoon and potentially evening for EMS. We have called in extra resources. Our ambulance bus is staffed if we need that later. We will be standing by with everybody else to see what exact impact this event will bring.
Oh, this is wild.
Accurate information can save lives, okay? So as I've said repeatedly throughout the breaks today, watching your television stations, stay in tune as long as we have power. Please do that. Provide good information. What Randy said about hnlalert.gov, absolute source of correct information. So I want to caution everybody, because I've already seen some social media stuff out there. We're talking about a circumstance right now that we really cannot predict, but we know one thing for certain. If it hits, okay, it can affect lives. It's strong enough, the potential of that. We want you to be accurately informed. As you can see from what you heard in the state report and our city report. We're doing everything we possibly can to help you. So please, stick with the accurate information. Don't be deceived by all kinds of stuff. Look to your sources here. And I promise you, we'll continue to update you, not just after the wave hits, if in fact it actually hits, or what happens throughout the night. Because just so you know, I've been through this before. The wave is expected to be here 7:10 in Kauai, a few minutes after that on the island of Oahu. But we might not get an all clear till for hours, because that's how these perform. March 11, 2011, that's exactly what happened. We were due at 3:17 in the morning, and at midway, it was a 6-foot wave. It was a 6-foot wave traveling 550 miles an hour, and we were not looking at a good situation. Tonight, they didn't talk about the speed, except we were being told by the civil defense people that this is going to be really bad. Okay, that was then. As it turned out, we had some damage. The waves came in, they receded back out, they went back in. They did it 4 or 5 times, and they kept telling us the next one could be big. We did not get an all clear for a wave that's supposed to hit us till 3:17 until 11 a.m. the next morning. So we don't know what kind of an evening we're in for, but you want to pay attention. You want accurate information. This could save your life. I promise you, all of us will do everything we possibly can to help everybody out there, but you also have to help us too. So pay attention to that. And one last time, okay? If you're anywhere near the water, get out of there. Get to high ground. Okay? Thank you. Any questions?
A lot of people park on Catlett and mountain areas, kind of waiting.
Yeah.
So I know you said it's hard to predict for a timeline. A lot of them will see the initial wave and they say, okay, we're good. So what can you tell them? They want to get home, but they're still in the car.
Well, I think that they want to go to H&L Alert, and we'll be talking to people at that. If all they have is cell phones, assuming they're not watching, they can't watch television, maybe they have some kind of reception there, or to any of the station's websites. But stick with accurate information, and we'll keep you folks advised too as to what people should do. We're going to just, in this situation, we cannot over-communicate. We all know that. We're going to try to do that as reliable and as a detailed way as we possibly can. So I know last time, because people did the same exact thing, that's what we've been encouraging. People didn't come down from the mountain after sunrise. A lot of people stayed up there. You want to stay until you get told that it's safe to come down. That's what I would tell people. Wait until you find out it's safe to come down. As I said earlier, that last time, on March 11th, if you remember, that tsunami was in Japan. It was the most televised tsunami ever because it was daytime, cameras everywhere, and it was almost surreal watching what was going on. And so while I choose not to think about the worst happening, at this point in time, in this hour, I want to be as conservative as we possibly can in the spirit of saving people's lives. So information is very, very important. Okay, we don't know what we're dealing with right now. Within minutes, we probably will, and we'll go from there, and we'll keep you posted. If you're in a safe place, stay there until somebody tells you to leave. Yes, ma'am. Well, we're going to have to see what the extent of it is. I think, we've got everybody out there between HPD, our fire department, our first responders, EMS, Jim is here. We're going to be on full alert. I mean, we're going to try to do everything we possibly can. And you heard the governor say the same thing. We're all services here. We're all in this together in a moment like this. We will do everything we have with the available resources we have to respond the way people would hope we would respond. That's the best I can tell you. Right now, I'm hoping for the best. We're trying to prepare for the worst. We're hoping for the best. Yes. Yeah, I'll bring up Jim on as far as the tools. Okay, thank you.
Well, from our standpoint in EMS, we have ambulances, ground ambulances, SUVs. So those are our tools. But I think in the earlier press conference from the governor, he talked about his air assets and the National Guard being on standby. And I can't speak for the Honolulu Fire Department, but they also have air assets. So when we are in a rescue situation, we have seen the air assets for lots of different agencies here and across the country, whether it's National Guard, Coast Guard, or the Fire Department, be able to do rescues where ground vehicles can't get in. So besides what we have available to respond on the ground, there are those air assets for those other agencies, not ours.
Yeah, and I would like to add, I spoke to Admiral Reagan earlier from the Coast Guard, and they've deployed all of their assets out in the ocean. They're hitting around all the coastlines, and they're also going to be readily available, which is a great resource as well to complement our other resources. Anybody else, guys? Anybody here? Anything else you want to add? Is there anything else?
So Dr. Alden said that they can't send their ambulance crews into the zone right now. Is that the same with HPD and with HPD just because of the danger to those assets?
The question is, can we send our HFD or an HPD into the zones that Jim said we're going to keep out of right now if they're in danger zones? Is that right, Wayne?
You know, our officers are dedicated, and they're going to put themselves in danger like they do every single day. But I'm going to tell you right now, if there's a 6-foot wave coming at 500 feet per second or whatever it is, I don't think I'd blame them if they don't go rushing into that. But what I will tell you is that our officers are highly dedicated, and as a matter of fact, we've kept back all of our daytime officers. We called in our nighttime officers early. They're not actually even supposed to start until 9 o'clock, but all of them came in early. So we have way more than 100% working right now, and that just goes to show their commitment. I have full pride that they're all in, working really hard. All of our support units are in. We'll do what we need to do to make sure that we keep the public safe. And I want to assure you that we're there for you to keep the public safe. And if you need us, we'll be there. We'll answer that call for service.
Yes, just an update on some of the highways. Some of our highway routes have been closed. HPD is enforcing closures on Farrington Highway at Waimea Street, at Fort Weaver Road at North Road, no Mackay-bound, ocean-bound traffic, and Fort Weaver Road at Papipi Road, no Mackay ocean-bound traffic is being let through at this point. So be on the lookout. There could be other closures that occur as the officers in the field deem necessary. But those are 3 that we know of that we're just advising the public.
Any other questions? I want to thank you and all the media outlets for staying on this all afternoon like this and continuing to broadcast here. And let's just all hope for the best, okay? You have a big...
This is wild.
And we're here to answer whatever questions, but we need your help too in reaching the...
Like when this kind of stuff happens, it's wild.
Stay away from social media. No false information. Deal with accuracy. It can make all the difference.
Yeah. When this kind of shit's going on, do not pay attention to social media. Social media does not know what the fuck it's doing half the time. More than half the time.
And now this is a live look at Hanalei, where the first arrived waves are expected to arrive, at 7:10. That is less than 12 minutes out.
Yeah, we're giving you a live look at Hanalei Bay right now, which is the first site of any sort of anticipated activity. You just heard from Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi saying that, even after we hit that time, we could be in for a long night until that all clear is given. You also heard the emphasized message from emergency officials. You should not be on the roads right now. You should not be in low-lying areas, and do not flood the emergency call system. At this point, you should be at a place where you're safe. You're at an evacuation
Asmongold's watching this right now.
Assembly area as we kind of wait through and see what this 8.8 magnitude earthquake that originated from Russia earlier this afternoon.
This is wild.
Hawaii time, what that brings. So again, a live look at Kauai right now. We want to go back to Ben Gutierrez and Drew Davis for their explanation on what we could expect. This is coming off of
This is wild.
What we heard from Governor Green
second.
getting the first initial readings from the buoy at Midway Atoll. While they do say it's impossible to predict what could be happening here in Hawaii,
We're just gonna full
what you
screen
do
it.
see at Midway was very newsworthy. What can you tell us, Ben and Drew?
All right, thank you, Mark. Thank you, Steph. Of course, at this time, we're less than 10 minutes out from the potential arrival of the tsunami in Kauai and up near Hanalei. Again, just one last quick look. Of course, we're watching it was a 3-foot wave on top of the ocean reported at Midway Atoll. And of course, the waters get very shallow very quick right off of the Hawaiian Islands. Of course, we don't have a continental shelf around us like the continents do, where they have a large area of shallow water and then just a strict drop off into the deep ocean. It gets very shallow very quickly. We're mountains.
This is crazy.
Underwater. One last quick look at the Kauai evacuation zones. You can see
That's what I'd like to start doing, is covering weather and shit like that too, because that was like one of my big things when I was a kid.
It might not be exactly at 7:10, but that's the best prediction right now for the arrival.
Might be something we get into after we move. So
just taking a quick look, most of Kauai is in the tsunami evacuation zone, at least all of the coastlines, and the reasoning for that is because of all the Mauka areas, the mountains. It pushes right up against the coastline. You don't have very many areas that are highlighted in yellow right here. That indicates the extreme tsunami evacuation zone, and that's for the worst tsunami possible, the worst possible modeled tsunami. We don't expect that that's going to be the case with this one, but again, we have to take precautions across the entire island. Again, less than 10 minutes out. Ben, what can you tell us about the tsunami? We're watching the Honolulu live cam very closely. We've just taken a look out there. What can you tell us?
Well, basically, when you look at the tsunami evacuation map, obviously places like Honolulu and also West Kauai, where you're looking
like,
at
I was
that
interested
area,
in this because McKay messaged me about it and told me that there was a tsunami in Russia.
Basically, Kapa'a, all the way down to Wailua, even down to Honolulu.
Yeah, that California could end up disappearing because of this. I wouldn't be
It's
surprised.
pretty flat as far as the landmass, but at the same time, places like Honolulu, even Honolulu, has you can see that the tsunami evacuation map is a little bit deeper. It goes further inland. And one point I want to make up too, we've been talking about a wave. We could be talking several waves, because that would be, we've been mentioning the first wave, and so tsunamis generally don't just have one. You're going to have a bunch of them. So there is that possibility where we will see waves possibly for several hours. And you can definitely see, as we take a look at the island,
They need to fix that fucking screen.
Maps, you can definitely see that Honolulu up at the top, and also
Wait a
West
minute.
Kauai, there's a very large area that goes inland.
Yeah, they need to fix that
and
fucking
also on
screen. Like, this is just jumping everywhere.
Places like Wailua, also the Kapa'a area, Anahola, Hanamaulu, those areas are also within that evacuation zone.
Hawaii and Guam.
Hawaii also is older geographically, or geologically rather, and so that means there are larger rivers. And so that also means that you should stay away from any of the waterways that go inland. The Wailua River, for example, is
Like,
one.
this is
Navigating
wild.
Harbor is another, where you're going to have some of that energy from the tsunami going further inland because of the fact that it is a wider waterway, and then that will be able to go in. A couple of years ago, we had a smaller tsunami, and we had videos of that actually going up the canal, Kawainui Stream, I believe it is, up in Kailua, where you could see the tsunami wave. It was only about yay high, but you could definitely see something rolling in on the river, headed toward Enchanted Lake. Now, you'll see something on the surface, but at the same time, remember, it goes all the way down to the bottom of the ocean, and so
This is
even if the wave
crazy.
isn't that big,
Like,
there's going to be
so
strong
a
currents. That's the reason why
8.7,
the Coast Guard has
8.8
ordered
magnitude
evacuations
earthquake.
of the
I've been
harbors,
reading
because
different
boats
things.
could be pushed around by these,
Has happened
by
off the
these,
coast of Russia
currents, and could be
at the
pushed into
peninsula,
piers, could be pulled
and
away from
now
the
they're
waters, could get
expecting
loose. We
a
saw that in 2011.
tsunami in
We saw
Hawaii.
boats hitting each other, causing major damage to vessels, also causing major damage to harbor infrastructure, and that's why we're seeing all of those boats leaving.
And we're at around 5 minutes out, I believe. It's 7:05, at least on the clock.
5 minutes out from first landfall.
This is the time.
That's where we're at right now, 5 minutes out from first landfall.
Again, if you're near the beach, of course, go away. Do not stay.
Yeah, do not go swimming in this shit. That's
event.
not the
And
move
we're
to make right
no
now.
stranger to the power of water.
It is not the move to make.
The Rivers Point, that's a great point. All of that water, that energy rushing in, it's going to impact the entire island potentially when it comes to those rushing waters, rushing up the rivers. And of course, the coastlines, of course, will be the most impacted. That's it for Ben and I here in the Weather Center. Let's send it over to Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins with more.
Thank you so much. Very good information, gentlemen. We are going to be seeing a lot of action within the next hour. And first, beginning with that receding water and then the rush of energy. So the initial readings that they were talking about in the press conference,
3 feet, lots of forward motion we're talking about. It's almost like a freight train racing across the ocean,
This is
initially
crazy.
at speeds of 500, 550 miles per hour. Once it meets the shallow waters,
Let's see if
that's when
there's
it
anything
slows
being
down
said
to speeds of
elsewhere.
about 30 miles per hour.
I know it said don't look at
Usually I
social
use this
media,
graphic
but
when we talk about flooding from rain, but this shows you the power of water and how incredibly powerful water can be and pick up people, just sweep them right off their feet. 1 foot can pick up cars, 2 feet can move SUVs and heavy trucks. So the power of water, especially along those rivers and everything that's meeting along the mountain base, is going to be a big concern, even if it is at 3 feet. So I just wanted to take a close look at the past most affected areas. This is going to be a lot of wraparound energy. That's why we have the tsunami warning for all of the islands. So it doesn't mean we're going to be in the clear for one island or the other, but Hilo does have a history getting hit hard by tsunamis, 1946, 1960, and 2011. It's known as the hot spot for tsunamis due to the bay shape. It's incredible of how shallow the waters are, and because of the shape of the bay itself, it actually has some of those waves get even bigger along Hilo's side. Also, Kona has suffered damage in 1975 and 2011, and we have been seeing damage with other tsunamis across the western end of the state, particularly over on Kauai, on Oahu, the north and east shores. You can see some run-up depending on the wave direction, and that's key, and that's one component we really don't know. Like Ben and Drew were talking about, there's a lot of information that's missing over open waters with the lack of buoy data that's over the open water. So the wave direction is a big player of what kind of wave will be coming our way with these tsunamis. So we are coming close. It's
Oh, wait, what?
7:07 right now.
Terrence K.
Initial readings
Williams.
will likely be seeing that receding water at
Oprah has
first
not
over on
opened her
Kauai,
private road
and then
from
anywhere from
Waialehe
0.1
to Lula, Hawaii, which would allow folks to
possibility.
reach higher
And
ground
then
quickly.
that energy, like we're talking
Open
about,
the road,
racing
Oprah.
across the
Roads
entire
on Maui
ocean
are,
at speeds of
Maui are
550
gridlocked
miles
as people
per
were
hour.
trying to
That
escape the
energy
incoming
get
tsunami.
caught up, and so we could see
I'm stuck
the
with my children in a
biggest of
truck
the
with
tsunami
sirens going
surges
off. Maui
come
Rouse
in during the
President
8
Shelby
o'clock hour. And then it's
Fama.
going to be highly
Oprah
unpredictable
paved
throughout the night.
private
especially with
road
those
is
strong
marked in blue.
currents, and that's
Wow.
why evacuation
Paved
zones,
private road
you
is
must
marked in
just
blue.
heed
It will
to
bring
all of
people
those
straight to the
warnings,
sufficient high ground, but instead
especially
they have to
along
take the
the
red route, which
coastline,
is only the other way
rivers,
to the higher
and
ground,
along
mostly
anywhere
because so
there
much
is
land.
water. So
The
taking a
public
closer
doesn't want
look
roads
at the
running
readings
through
from
it.
tonight.
Holy
So
shit.
3 to 4 meters, that translates to 10 to 13
Mostly
feet
she owns
was
so much
observed
land and she
along the
doesn't want
Russian
public roads
coast.
running.
We did
Oh,
see in
she owns so
Japan
much
about
land and doesn't want public roads
1.3
running
feet.
through it.
It
Wow.
was up to 3 meters was the forecast. Over in Hawaii, initially we're forecasting 1 to 3. With that Johnson Atoll reading at 3 feet, we could see that energy coming our way around that marker, but it could be even higher, like we're talking about Hilo and the shape of the bay, that could pile up water even more. So that's a big concern after the 7 o'clock hour.
This is wild.
Anywhere from 1 to 3 meters.
Russia coast is 3 to 4 meters.
Feet. So historically speaking, we've seen a
Yeah.
number of tsunamis like we've been talking
Yeah.
about throughout the evening.
Who knows?
Over 160
I think
since
3 o'clock.
1812, the origin, Alaska,
And then
Chile,
Thursday she's
Japan,
off.
and Russia, and it can cause a huge
Because
surge
parent
of
teacher
energy
me
traveling
open
across the
house.
ocean. And like we're talking about this evening, the power of water is incredible, and you can see the history is there. Tells a big story. With 1960 magnitude 9.5 arrived 15 hours
I didn't hear you.
later, up to 35 feet. In 2010,
Well,
magnitude 8.8.
I mean, I think that's pretty much
8.8.
everybody.
We did see 3 feet, so the direction.
I think everybody's
of the
off
wave
every day,
does
honestly.
Play a big role in that. And then Japan quake 9.1, 6 to 7 feet with the property energy. So we're watching the buoy readings very carefully.
So that
And the latest
tsunami's supposed to make
information
landfall in the
from
next 5
Florida.
minutes.
Mark and Stephanie.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jen.
The tsunami hitting Florida is supposed to make landfall in the next 5 minutes.
When the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center predicted that we would see the first arrival of the tsunami waves generated by that powerful earthquake in Russia. And as we're looking here, Drew and Ben, what are you noticing?
Way off in the distance. We're talking about way off in the distance there, right around the middle of your screen, right at that point. It looks like there is something happening there as far as like ocean activity. See some white caps that are slowly spreading across the bay we haven't seen something that often occurs with tsunamis, and that is the pullout of the water. Usually there'll be an
Yeah, that's what I'm watching right now.
Places like Hanalei, the water will
I'm watching
recede
Hawaii
a
news,
lot,
but
and
yeah,
then the tsunami
it's about to hit
will
Hawaii in the
come
next.
back in. But I'm not sure.
Yeah, they're gonna get hit in the next 5 minutes.
That, way off in the distance there is actually something at the moment. On the right side of your screen, right where the sunbeam is, there's a little bit of current activity. So you can see there are some currents that are occurring as some of the water starts to flow out. But as far as
Yeah, I feel like this is a little bit more crucial than WoW right now, honestly. So
and we just see something that appeared off in the distance, right at the edge of that point, where you can see some what looks like white caps. I don't know if that could be like something that is basically artifacts off the camera or whatnot. But one thing I'm also looking at very closely is the actual water line, the shoreline there. Not seeing anything. And again, 7:10 was the estimated time of arrival. And so that's, again, as it indicates, it's an estimate. It can be faster, it can be longer. You know, it just kind of depends on what this had to travel through, and also the kind of earthquake that it was, because then it depends on how quickly it was pushed over. But no doubt, it does travel very quickly in the ocean. You know, there's nothing there to basically hold it back. So we're looking again, speed of a jetliner, but at the moment that area of white really hasn't moved an awful lot. So we're not quite sure exactly what is going to be happening, if the tsunami, the first wave, is going to be late. But again, you can see some streaks on the ocean. Those are like rip currents that have developed, and
definitely the tsunami is going to be playing into strong currents. We're watching the water at least start to move in a little bit. Like you said, over near the sunbeam reflecting off of the water there, you can see the direction of the water flowing into the bay. Again, it was 7:10. This is the best prediction for the arrival of the wave. Much like weather models, it's very hard to simulate the entirety of the ocean. So that was the best prediction given by the Pacific Tsunami Center. And again, we're going to keep watching this. If it is delayed out here for Kauai, that also means that it will be delayed as we're going further down the island chain. Again, it does seem like we are seeing some waves moving in. Again, this is a very active scene where we're trying to watch exactly what's happening.
That's right, and you know, I mean, taking us back now to 2011, Ben, I don't know if you remember, but the 9.1 magnitude quake in Japan, it was a very powerful earthquake, and that sent us a tsunami wave as well. And you could definitely, when you do see it on camera, you can definitely tell that is the tsunami wave. You talk about the receding of the water, and I remember vividly watching Hilo Bay, and you will definitely see that big difference there. As far as right now, though, again, we are just monitoring and looking at the shoreline for any changes there. And again, once again, off in the distance, that sunbeam that you were pointing to, you're also noticing some subtle differences and changes in the water there. No major recession of the water yet, which is a telltale sign that the tsunami wave has arrived.
Sunset is expected at 7:12, so we've still got some daylight. We're just past that. And thank goodness that we still have that light out there to really give us a clearer sense of what is happening. We're going to be staying on this cam at Hanalei right now. This is a live stream overlooking Hanalei Bay with the expected
That's a few minutes.
of the first activity.
7:10 p.m. on Tuesday. We're on Wednesday already.
Quake. We're looking at this. Our first alert weather team is monitoring this.
They're ahead. Yeah, they're way ahead of us. They're way behind us.
An unfolding situation as we're watching the water and kind of paying close
No,
attention.
California's 3 hours behind us. They're about
Again,
5.
The water here that has to wrap around since Hanalei Bay is on the northern portions.
Yeah, I'm seeing the same speed over here.
Coming from the west and northwest. Russia is off to the northwest of the island chain. We've been showing that map of just completely open water. So we have to see a little bit of a wraparound. First it hits the Nepali coast and then starts to move into Hanalei Bay, move down the western and leeward coast of Kauai. So we are going to continue to see how this evolves.
And Drew and Ben, you talk about the impact of, I know this this earthquake, 8.8 earthquake off the eastern coast of Russia had the depth of 46 miles down. Now, talk about how that plays a role in the strength and power of wave.
Well, usually the deeper an earthquake is centered, the less likely it will cause an earthquake. It will cause a tsunami, rather. However, it kind of depends on the type of earthquake. Drew had explained earlier, if it's a slip, not too bad. If it is a thrust earthquake that goes straight up and that pushes a whole column of water up, that's one of the things that we were seeing in the Thailand earthquake, the devastating, I believe it was 2006 earthquake. Might have been, I might have to check on the date there, but the one that devastated so many places like Indonesia and on Christmas Eve of that year. Right now, Hanalei not really showing anything, but then again, 710 was an estimated arrival. There was a wave that was recorded, according to Haima officials, at the buoy at Midway Atoll. So depending on how things are going, we could be seeing a delayed arrival. But then again, remember,
and it
is not just the first one.
7:17, which is when we were expecting the first waves to arrive on Oahu. If we can now switch over to, this is a live look at Honolulu Harbor, where earlier we were also monitoring quite a few reports that boaters, a number of them, and fishing boats were heeding the warning, and we also saw them head out to sea, staying away from the channels, going in water at a depth of 300 feet or greater. And you can see it looks like the harbor is all clear. Even got word that the Coast Guard cutter ship also left the harbor right now. As we take a look at Honolulu Harbor, 7:17, again, the estimated arrival of the first waves here at Oahu.
Yeah, and the ability for these vessels to
is
evacuate
wild.
is one of the silver linings of an event like this, because you had a 6-hour notice, for the boaters to head out to the open ocean, for residents and visitors to head to different evacuation sites right now. So we're keeping a very close eye. Live look at Honolulu Harbor. It's 7:18 right now. 8 minutes after the first wave was expected, and the epicenter, so to speak, when something like this, the first area of focus is Hanalei Bay on Kauai. We still have some daylight out right now to keep a close eye on this. Now, Drew and Ben and Jen as well, as we're looking at these images here, what should our viewers be paying attention to in regards to the water movement and activity?
Sorry, before you guys answer, can we switch over now to this live look at Waikiki, where we might be able to detect more changes in the water here, and you can definitely see a clear view of the coastline, and definitely empty there. Earlier shots, right, Mark, when you guys began the coverage right after the tsunami warning, the beaches were crowded. You can see that
I'll be right back. I need
space
to.
right now. They heeded the warning. Mayor Rick Blangiardi said, if you're anywhere near the coastline, get
Need to
out.
change something.
And I think it's important to note just generally the ocean conditions right now. We do have a small craft advisory. We have strong trade winds. We also have a rising swell on south-facing shores and east-facing shores. We're seeing wave heights expected today at 3 to 5. And this is wave heights alone, waves that you surf, not the tsunami itself. East-facing shores at 2 to 4. So you could kind of see in some of these shots, there does seem to be some disruption, some rip currents that are happening, strong currents that are happening. So very interesting as we look at these live shots. Since it's not, it's traveled so many miles to get here so far with the epicenter just off the coast of Russia and giving us that 6-hour window to get here, we are likely going to be seeing on a smaller scale of a tsunami, but still a lot of energy. But it's really hard to predict how the wave direction is going to be impacting some of the spots. But like we were talking about, the shape of Hilo Bay itself historically has caused damage in the past, especially for boats and even along the coastal harbors there. So this is something we're going to have to wait and watch throughout the next couple of hours. The initial wave could be small, but then build up throughout the next couple of hours.
One thing that I'm noticing when we have had tsunamis in the past, when we have shown this live shot of Coconut Island, usually that little channel between the island and the main part of Hawaii Island, you can see a current that is going in and out. We haven't seen that yet in Hilo, obviously. Right now, here's another live look at Hanalei Bay. And whatever was happening off in the distance might have been a camera artifact. Haven't seen it off in the distance anymore, off at the point. But we are still seeing some currents that that still indicates some sort of activity. The shoreline right now, the water has not receded, but there is, again, as Jen mentioned, the possibility that maybe the first wave, not so big, but again, it's a series of waves. We had in 2011, huge waves start coming in and impacting the Kailua Kona area, causing major damage to the shops on Ali'i Drive, and that was like 4 or 5 hours after the initial waves had hit Oahu.
All right,
so,
there we go.
We're not in the clear yet. It's not a
Get on the
series.
matching
That's true.
shorts.
It's not always the first wave that might be the most dangerous, and it is a series of waves. That's a great reminder, Ben.
Waiting for that wave to hit Hawaii.
Things over to our reporter Mahealani Richardson.
Yeah, we had mentioned the
This is
vessels
wild.
leaving harbor areas, heading out into the open ocean. We have great video of some of the vessels leaving the ports. Let's send it over to Maheo with some of the images you've captured. Maheo.
Thanks a lot, Mark and Steph. And of course, if you need to interrupt me at any moment, because we're all keeping an eye on our ports, but I wanted to show you this video that our Casey Lund was shooting from Kaka'ako
This
High Rise,
is
and it was amazing to see
wild.
all
So
of the ships
what happened
evacuating.
was-
This is because at about 6:47 this evening, the U.S. Coast Guard ordered the evacuation of all commercial vessels from all commercial
happened
harbors in the
was-
entire state. So you can see the Coast Guard
This right
there
here.
was also moving. Several boaters were getting out of the way. I
Trying to
called
find
a boating
images of
friend,
it.
and he had
I found an
already
image of
gotten
it
word. In
earlier,
fact,
right here,
many
Reuters.
boaters were not waiting for the U.S.
So
Coast
what
Guard
happened
to give this
was-
official warning, but everyone
Here we
just
go.
certainly getting out of the way. There
This is from the
are
Reuters website.
9 commercial harbors
This is what
on
happened.
6 islands. We also saw there was
The earthquake's
a cruise
epicenter was
ship
here.
in the Hilo
This sent the
Bay
vibrations
area
out this
that
way.
loaded their
Russia.
passengers, and they
Keep
were
in mind
heading
that's up
out
there
to
by
sea.
Alaska.
Now, I
Alaska's
also
going to get
called
hit
Joint
by it
Base
too.
Pearl Harbor Hickam to ask about
But
the
Hawaii's going to get
military
hit as well
ships.
because
they would not
of the way
say what the
the
military ships are doing, and so we're
epicenter,
trying to get official word
vibrations
on what
go
those
out.
battleships are doing. But
So-
again, the U.S. Coast Guard has ordered the
But
evacuation
that's where the epicenter of
all
this
commercial vessels
this happened,
from every harbor in the state of Hawaii.
and it happened
Back
off
to you.
the coast of
Mahealani for that. And so
Kamchatsky,
we were monitoring
Russia.
those live cameras, and we still, during Mahea's report, we have not noticed anything that sticks out just yet. But just before we went to Mahea, Ben Gutierrez just mentioned what is really important, and that is.
And we're about to watch this hit.
Even though this timeline it has passed,
The
it's
waves are
not
starting to kick up a little
time
bit.
to
It
go
used to be, it
back
looked
to
like it was calm there for a minute,
curious because
but
we
there's
have
starting to
not
be
seen
some.
anything noticeable. It is a series of waves. That's what a tsunami wave is. It is not just one, and it is not a surf wave. It wraps around the island.
Yeah, it's not a singular event. This is an hours-long event, right? Right? And we're looking at this. This is something where you're watching very closely. You're looking at the changes in the water activity. Now, as the sun has gone down already, who knows how much this shot is going to change, what we'll be able to see right now as we're staying on our Hanalei cam. We are constantly refreshing, making sure it is the most up-to-date image and the most accurate representation of Hanalei Bay. As the reports have come down, as the updates have come down, Hanalei emerged as kind of the first site that was going to be seeing any sort of activity.
We want to go live now to our live cam on Maui, and this is the coastline there, and you can see, I don't know, are you noticing any differences out there, Ben?
Not just yet. It kind of looks normal, but again, we still have some of those streaks of flatter water off in the districts, again, indicative of some currents that are going on. You know, the people who serve watermen, waterwomen, those who use the ocean a lot are very familiar with those streaks and look for them because those are the things that will indicate that could get you into trouble if you get caught in it. But nothing that I see. Jen, do you see anything?
It's really hard to tell from this vantage point, but it does seem like stronger currents are occurring. At the same time, I think it's important to note that we do have high tide that's peaking right now. So there is a rise in water overall and a lot of movement over the water on top of the expected arrival of the tsunami. So a lot of moving parts. It's very dynamic over the Pacific Ocean right now.
One thing that we have had that we haven't really been able to share with you is that the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center has been putting out, or receiving rather, some data as far as the wave heights. And so Wake Island got a 0.7-foot wave that was recorded at the buoy there. Midway, 1 feet. That's not the that's basically the amplitude. That's basically the regular. That's not trough to crest. That is the ocean, the regular ocean surface, and then added to that 1 foot is the wave height. Highest one we've got is one of the Dart buoys, which had a 3-foot wave out in the open ocean. This is closer to Kamchatka. I'm trying to figure out which exact buoy that it is, but it is Dart 21416. There are a couple of buoys that are kind of like out in the area. I've got just so you know what I'm doing, I'm kind of like looking at the map, trying to figure out which one is 21416. And this is probably one of the ones that is pretty, 21416 with a 3-foot amplitude is the one that is closest to the earthquake itself. So that one recorded a 3-foot wave out in the open ocean. The other ones are a little bit smaller. Back to some of the wave heights. There's about 1.1 feet in Japan. 2 other Dart buoys that are out there, 1.5 and 1.4, 0.6 feet and 0.9 feet. And so there is a wave out there. It might not be that big, but again, even if it's not that big, there's still currents.
I know one of the buoys that they were trying to get more information on was the one in Guam at 657. Ben, do you see any data generated at that buoy?
Oh, is that Midway?
Guam.
Guam. I don't have Guam on this list, but I'll look it up.
Okay.
And see if I can look it up for you.
We do want to take a look at one of the reasons, of course, why we were watching Midway Atoll so closely is because it is kind of the first warning when we get a tsunami coming from the west or northwest like this. Let's actually take a look at some of the observed water levels. If we can bring up graphics 12 or max 2 real quick, you can see this very clearly. This is over it seems like the last 24 hours. The blue line, that's the actual prediction for where the water level was going to be. The water level is in red, and you can see as we're going into today, as the tsunami wave is passing, the tsunami waves, I should rather say,
This is
passing
crazy.
locally. You've got this jump up, you've got this jump down, you've got this jump up. You've got this jump down. Again, this is just indicative of how many different waves are going to be potentially moving in. Of course, it looks very different out there. It might look very calm on the camera. But again, Ben and I have been talking about how Hawaii is kind of in a very unique circumstance when it comes to our seafloor, our seafloor topography. Our waters get very deep very, very fast. So when this wave, this column of water is potentially moving in, it is going to grow very fast as it reaches the seafloor and grows quickly towards the coast. We get to the deep ocean pretty quickly here in the island chain. We don't have a continental shelf around us like the rest of the continents do. And of course, on that graphic that we were looking at, you can very clearly see the jump in the buoy, jump up, jump down, jump up, and again, that's multiple waves. It's not just one wave.
Is that an indicator on how strong the energy is from?
It absolutely can be, especially if we were seeing a much stronger, like much higher and much lower troughs and crests from the waves. Again, the buoy is on the top of the water. As the wave is troughing, so it's going down to the bottom, the buoy goes down. And so you're seeing it jump. This is the height in feet. If you let's bring up max 2 again, graphics 12, so you can see what we have out there. Again, this is on the y-axis. This is the height in feet. You're seeing this jump between 2 to just below -1 feet below the average. Very quickly. This is a very quick jump.
Drew, something I want to jump back to is when we heard earlier from Governor Green, he was talking about the activity with the buoy at Midway.
Yes.
And so can you clear up for us and give us kind of like a direct line explanation? So he said it's measured at 6 foot at the buoy. What does that mean? What's happening at the ocean?
So, to the best of my understanding, and Ben, if I say this incorrectly, please correct me. 6 feet is what he's talking about between the trough and the crest of the wave. So it's 6 feet from the top of how tall it is, how tall the buoy goes up, to how low the buoy goes down in the water. So when we're seeing that, he talked about that 3 foot number. That is 3 feet above the typical water level or the tide level at that time. You can even see the tides in the beginning of this chart here. You've got high tide around 8. And then as you're going into even further, you've got low tide. You can see the up and down, and then you see this jump indicative of the tsunami waves.
We want to show you the waves that were just the first waves to arrive on the coast of Japan here. And gentlemen, if you could describe what we are seeing here. This was shortly after the powerful earthquake off the eastern coast of Russia.
Yeah, it looks like I'm going to assume that the ocean is on the right, or it might be a jetty. Oh, there we go. That's a better view. All right.
This is crazy.
This is basically classic
Oh, wow.
tsunami wave action because it's
This is where it's hitting
from the
Japan.
open ocean, and then you can see that very, very disturbed, kind of a wall of water that's coming in and overtaking, for example, the seawall there. You see the smaller waves; those are probably the normal waves that are, just basically every day. But you can see how that big area of white, that white water that pushes in, definitely that's a tsunami. It's a slightly larger one. It's not huge by any means, but it is a tsunami wave because you can see just how much energy that it has basically generated and basically pushing in. And so the waves, the little ones you see on the beach just above, basically in the center there, those are regular waves, but tsunami waves, those have definitely been coming in for Japan. Again, it's a little closer to where the epicenter of this earthquake was. But right now, as we take another look at the Hanalei camera, we're not seeing an awful lot. We're still seeing a little bit of the current action, and it seems a little bit flat, close to the area. All right. Pacific Tsunami Warning Center is about to hold a press conference with the latest information. Let's go live there with the latest.
Coming in at Hanalei Bay, not so big, maybe about 1.5 feet above normal sea level, and then the signal was dropping to below normal sea level when I left a minute ago. But that's just the first part of the wave, and we know from what we observed at Midway, it was actually the third wave at Midway was the largest. So we've got some time to wait here at Hanalei, which was the first place it arrived, and of course it is moving down the island chain. So we hadn't seen anything on any other gauges as of yet, but we know it's coming. So we're always hopeful it won't be too bad, but anticipating from our models that yes, we are going to have a significant tsunami going across our islands and arriving on all the coasts. We monitor about 15 sea level gauges across the state, so we will have more reports later, and of course our news channels will also probably be telling us what they're seeing in places where they can safely observe the coast. So please stay out away from the coast. I know you've all evacuated, so continue to stay evacuated. And the instructions ultimately on when it's safe to go back will come from the state and county emergency management agencies. And but we've got a ways to go. It's probably going to be several hours before we may even be able to lower the warning here in Hawaii to advisory level when waves go down, and probably not at least until tomorrow morning before we're able to completely cancel the warning, and right now most of us are still waiting, and we are waiting to see just how big it is going to get across the state. So stay safe, everyone.
Given that the third wave was the biggest for Midway, are you expecting the same here in the islands of Hawaii? And what's the interval between waves?
So the interval between waves can be 10 to 20 minutes typically, from one wave crest to the next wave crest. And we don't know exactly, that Midway it was the third wave doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be the third wave. Here the wave pattern gets very complicated as the wave crosses the state, because those tsunami waves reflect off of islands, and they wrap around islands, and they interact with each other. So at every location it can be a different wave. But the threat will definitely go on for probably for several hours.
Dr. McCurry, if you could kind of encapsulate everything again with regards to what are you looking for right now? I know you said we're still not clear, but what are the specific elements that you are really tracking to see what's that next data point that you can release?
So we're pretty much done with forecasting the tsunami at this point. We're just reacting. So, of course, our center has responsibilities across the whole Pacific. So we're continuing to send messages to other countries around the Pacific. But our main responsibility is here in Hawaii. And so at this point, we're more or less just monitoring the situation to try to determine when we could lower the alert level and ultimately when we can cancel.
The last time that you folks, I guess, were activated in this capacity, was that back in 2011 during the Japan earthquake? And how are the situations different? It's about the same direction of where it's coming from.
Yeah, 2011 was certainly the last significant tsunami we experienced here in Hawaii. We actually handle many tsunami events in the Pacific every year, because earthquakes in the lower magnitude 7 range are pretty frequent, maybe about 10 a year in the Pacific, and almost all of them generate some kind of smallish tsunami, but we don't normally hear about it. But sure, yeah, the Japan tsunami was the last significant tsunami, and in some ways it's similar, but every tsunami is unique in certain ways. The way the source behaves affects the tsunami, and crossing the bathymetry in the Pacific, the waves get focused and defocused in different ways, and so that's why we need numerical models to help us predict what might happen on our coast.
And I know you were expecting 3 to 10. Now here we are, and we're more in the reaction phase. But can you revisit that prediction of up to 10 foot?
Yeah, sure. So the main thing we use to constrain our models are these deep ocean gauges that we support in the Northwest Pacific. Well, we support them all across the Pacific, but the ones for this event are the ones in the Northwest Pacific, and they're out in deep water. They measure the tsunami without interference from reflections on the coast, which you have with a normal tide gauge that's in a harbor. And so our models try to match the signals that are seen on those deep ocean gauges, and if we can match them, then we know we've created the right kind of wave. And so, of course, in the beginning, we only have a reading on one gauge, and later on it's 2, 3, 4 gauges. And so we keep iterating with these models. But even from the get-go, from the very beginning, the forecast was pretty consistent, even with more of this data telling us that, yeah, Hawaii had this threat. And for the coastline in Hawaii, there's another part of this model that actually brings the synthetic wave up onto the coast in a few, maybe about a dozen places around our state. And so some of those models did say that we would have roughly 10 feet above normal sea level. So that's what we've been going on, and it's been pretty consistent.
Yeah, this is gonna get crazy.
And when will you update us again?
I guess I can take your advice on when you'd like an update. I think I should probably come down maybe in another half an hour or so, because we should have more readings from across the state, and then I can give you another update.
What sort of conversations will you be having in the next few hours?
Well, mostly we will just trying to see if the readings we're getting are are consistent with our model and thinking about the other places around the Pacific that we're advising at this time.
What places are the dozens of places that could see up to 10 feet?
Well, certainly Hawaii has certain areas that in the past typically get pretty big amplitudes, and that's Honolulu Bay, it's Haleiwa on Oahu, it's Kahului on Maui, and it's Hilo on the Big Island. And so those are for our models now, those are also the biggest places.
Give me a second. You're going to hear it double because it's also on the TV in the background too, but you're going to hear it here first because I think I had it. So.
And that was Dr. Chip McCreary from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center saying, again, they are done predicting this event. It is actually happening right now. And during that press conference, Mark, and Drew and Ben, we were actually monitoring this live shot of Hanalei Bay and actually seeing signs that the waters were receding and at times even parts of the reef were exposed.
Yeah, I've been looking very closely at the shoreline, which is just above the red banner. At one point, it was a little bit further out, and so that may have been a little bit of the water receding. Not a ton, but there is a sign that something was happening, and there were some people in the Honolulu area who were saying that the water had receded enough where the reef was exposed. We were seeing some things on the camera. We weren't particularly sure what it was, but now looking at it, it might have been the reef getting exposed there, and then the water is now coming back in. But we do have, you know, just an indication that some kind of tsunami wave may have occurred or may have arrived in Honolulu. It's not just, it's not that big, you know, it's just not huge. But then again, remember, even if you don't have the size and height on the surface, this energy goes all the way down to the bottom of the ocean, wherever it may be, and is still capable of causing currents. And we're seeing a bit of that right now because it's a little bit flatter close to the shore, and then you can see those tendrils of currents that are heading out those areas of flatter water that kind of snake out into the further distance there. So it might not be huge, it might not be, you know, something that looks extremely destructive, but just from looking at the ocean and the way the ocean looks, there is something happening out there right now. But as Chip McCreary from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center said, this could still be several hours. As we've been saying this evening, it's just the first wave. It's not going to be the whole, you know, I mean, it's not going to be one and done. It's going to be an event where we're going to have waves coming in maybe every 20, 30 minutes, possibly for the next several hours.
And it does appear that, you know, from when we first started taking this cam at 7:10, about a half an hour ago, that you can see more movement in this camera. And when you were speaking of an event like this, when you're seeing any types of movement in the current, that can speak to the strength and power. Drew Davis, you're looking very closely at the cams as well. What are you noticing on your end?
Like you mentioned, Mark, we are seeing some strong currents. It's a mixture of water going out. Ben mentioned that we were able to see some of the reef exposed, potentially even pretty far out, closer to that point that you see far off in the distance. And just taking a wide view, if you kind of look at you can see the currents in the water right now, actually. If you look at the water and look at the sunlight, you can actually see the water pushing in towards the coastline right now. So the reflective water, you can kind of see that current pushing in ever so slightly. Again, we are watching for multiple waves here, and off in the distance, the sun is setting, and it even seems like we have one person out there.
Yeah, that's
foiling.
what I was going to say. That's really interesting.
Yeah.
It looks like one person paddling in the water right now on a stand-up paddleboard.
And, you know, I mean, the state officials said that they have rescue teams activated and ready to go, but, you know, in an event like this, they are not going to be putting their lives in danger and responding to save you. So
basically, you're on your own at this point.
Yeah.
So if you have not heeded the evacuations, if you are going into the water, despite the fact that you've been told not to do so, you're going to be putting first responders at risk if they choose to go out and get you. Many times, because of the possible severity of the tsunami waves that will be coming in. They might not. They might want to keep themselves safe. They're not going to put their lives in danger just because you did. So we are seeing someone in this cam who's out paddleboarding, but really ought not to be doing that.
Yeah, we're also getting reports now of the water receding over on Oahu's north shore as well. We're talking about Haleiwa. We're just seeing that coming in from one of our reporters out there.
Yeah, one of the hot spots that Chip McCreary had mentioned, right? They were keeping a close eye on Hanalei right now and Haleiwa at the preliminary stages of this tsunami event. Our chief meteorologist, Jennifer Robbins, is standing by as well, looking at what we're seeing in terms of any sort of tidal movement, what we're seeing with the currents. What are you noticing on your end? What we're witnessing here, is this kind of typical for what we should expect in this type of event?
Very interesting to watch all of the elements come together right now, and it's unfolding before our eyes. And I really do think, like we were talking about in the press conference, that the initial wave is much smaller, and then we could see that build up within the next couple of hours. But you can actually see the direction of these currents. There is a little bit of stirring up that's going on where it is coming in different directions there. So the current is becoming more strong, and it is becoming a little bit more unpredictable. And that's why, like this gentleman or Wahine that's in the water
Whoever's
right
in
now,
there.
it's just too early to say if the waves are coming our way.
We're back.
They're going to be coming.
So right
in
now there's a
waves.
tsunami going on
Not just one
from an
wave.
earthquake
We're
that
gonna
happened in
have
Russia.
Wave after wave,
8.8
surges of
magnitude
energy. And historically speaking,
And
because Hanalei is a place that
this
we
is
do,
wild, so
been impacted by tsunami waves. We've seen
let me
that
show you
along
guys
the
real
north
quick.
and east shores of the western end of the state.
I found this
and,
image
along
on
the north
Reuters.
shores of Maui County, and then along
8.7
Hilo,
magnitude
here
earthquake.
historically have seen big significant
And it'll show you the
tsunamis
origination
that have
point
impacted them. So it does take
of
time
the
for all
earthquake.
of this to build in, and like we're talking about, it's going to be a waiting game right now.
Damn.
Patient, and just until we get that all clear
All right.
to stay out of the water.
I'm going to bring your attention, though, just to about the middle of the screen. You can see the water.
So
is
right
moving
here,
from left to
this is
right.
some of the damage
That
from
is
the
water
earthquake.
leaving. That's what it
Right
looks
there.
like, water leaving, and you can see the waves.
That's a
from the
kindergarten,
side
a kindergarten
just
damage by
behind
the
that.
earthquake seen
Those are not incoming waves.
in Russia
Those are waves that are
on
flowing
July
over
30th,
the waves
2025.
and heading out.
Now,
Just in the foreground, ahead
right
of the
there
water
is where
that
the
is moving
earthquake
from left to
epicenter
right on your
has
screen.
happened.
We can see more rocks
And
right now.
I could see it.
Yeah.
You see that.
it started here, and so right there is where the biggest vibrations go out at. But however, outwards of the epicenter is where more of the vibrations and the waves are going to go. So essentially, what's going on here is the earthquake is in the dead center. That circle. All right. The little itty bitty circle in that. And the vibrations go outward. Now, from what I saw,
I'm almost wondering if that's not only
from one of the images, and I think Ryan Hall posted it on Facebook.
Actually, just look where the palm trees are.
Guam's getting hit with the backlash from it. Not the backlash, but the tsunamis. Japan, Alaska, California, and then Hawaii.
The wave is growing.
So this is going to get crazy.
As it's approaching the shoreline. I'm trying
This
to find
is going to
where
get crazy before it gets better. So
where they were foiling, whether they were paddleboarding, were they impacted by the water receding out?
can you guys actually hear what they're saying in the background? Other than what's on the TV, it's the same thing. The same people talking.
The water is a place not to be, of course, when you see how
Because this is going to get crazy before it gets better.
And
It really is.
especially with the strong currents.
Now, this is what I've been into weather since I was a kid.
Yeah, in fact,
So when this kind of stuff happens,
I can tell now. That's
I want to just tune in and see what's going on.
And so you see the waves just off in the distance, but a lot of the beach, a lot of Hanalei Bay, the sand, even as you look to your left, to the left side of the screen, looks like more sand, looks like more of the reef, more of the rocks. It looks like the beach has receded probably about 100 feet.
Oh, it
How many
has.
buoys are in the area?
See, like right up through here, that's where the water was at earlier. Now it's receded back here.
I do remember while listening into
So this just happened in the span of the past couple minutes. The water was here,
level gauges across
And now
the
it's all
state
the way
as
back
this
here.
event is happening to get more data.
Like right in through here where you see the water. That is
The
wild.
Pacific Tsunami Warning Center may be able to lower the
We're
warning
watching this in real time.
supposedly when the waves go down, and it won't be until at least tomorrow morning when possibly that warning is canceled altogether. But yes.
Steph, I'm sorry to interrupt, but it seems like the water might be rushing back in ever so slightly. You can see some waves forming, and some of the sand that was previously exposed is getting covered up. You can see those ripples right in the center of your screen. Luckily, we still have a little bit of daylight over near Hanalei Bay compared to our other tower cams. It seems like some water might be rushing in, but still a lot of sand exposed out there.
Right, all of this happening more than 40 minutes after the estimated arrival of the first waves in Hanalei Bay at 7:10. So these changes right now unfolding as we speak, and we're keeping a close eye on it. Any other observations there, Jen?
It's just really interesting to think about how much energy has moved across the ocean. With the tsunami wave, the initial surge of energy moving at 500 miles per hour across the ocean, and the wave direction really will tell a big story of what kind of wave we get. Like we were talking about, it's going
This is going to get crazy.
It has to cross multiple islands, atolls as well before it arrives here. So that's going to impact those initial waves. And then now we're starting to see that surge of energy that comes through. So this is likely the second or third wave, like we're talking about, out of this whole tsunami event.
Yeah, and from our reporter out on the North Shore, also reporting earlier that the water was receding, and now seeing that the tide is returning and coming back.
Yeah.
So we are also seeing these changes as well on our shores here on Oahu.
Yeah, and this is going to be an hours-long event. As the forecasters have been telling us, this is not a single wave. They've been telling us throughout this waiting period, this is going to be taking place over the course of several hours right now. Jen, you said it best. We are watching this unfold before our very eyes right now. We're going to be staying on this cam at Hanalei Bay, which is the first site of activity following this tsunami warning. We're also keeping close tabs right now on what is happening up and down the island chain. But, I mean, the way that forecasters were able to pinpoint down and kind of this timetable here from when the earthquake initially struck, I mean, it seems to be right on line with what we're seeing here, and the activity really lines up.
Yeah, you know, speaking of activity, guys, sorry, we just want to take another live look at a camera that has just become available for us.
Another vantage point of
Hanalei Bay. So, pardon, sometimes the live shot there does freeze, but at least this gives us an idea.
This is getting crazy.
We were sent in a screenshot of the changes that were taking place, of the water receding earlier. Of course, this is a live look right now as we are seeing the water lapping over the shoreline there. Another vantage point of Hanalei Bay.
It's hard to tell from this vantage point, but you know, we'd have to see if there's any receding water that happened before this. There looks like there's a little bit of a debris line, not that big. So that would be above the mark. That would be like the line of.
It's like we're all just sitting around waiting for it to hit.
We're going to try and stay on this
Essentially, that's what we're doing.
We can, just because we can, but of course it's going to get dark, and once that happens, we won't be able to monitor this. But the waves will start hitting places like Waikiki, a little bit better lit. We have crews that are out and about all over the islands, and that includes Kahului, Dylan and Chetta's up on Maui. Right now, it looks like things have stabilized, but once again, the difference between waves, the time difference between waves can be 20 to 30 minutes. And so what we saw just a moment ago where the water was going out and receding out of Hanalei Bay and then coming back in, maybe not that big, but if we do get another episode of receding water while there's still some daylight to play with, we might be able to see that maybe in about 10, 15 minutes or thereabouts.
Typically, how many waves do you expect in an event like this?
Hard to say.
Yeah.
Very hard to say, because again, it depends on how the earthquake basically acted, what kind of earthquake it was. And so, you know, if there was a lot of shaking, then maybe there's a lot more waves. It was just one thrust, which it normally isn't. then, well, you're kind of stuck with a bunch of waves, you know. So basically, as Dr. McCreary said, this could be a case where we could be going on well into the night, and the first wave may not be the biggest one. It could be some of the successive waves that come after it.
I mean, if you remember, Ben, the 2011 tsunami, I mean, that we weren't expected to feel the effects and see the first waves until sometime around 3 in the morning.
Yeah.
And the all clear wasn't given until hours after that, and we were still waiting to see the effects. I remember it was a long period of waiting, but the damage was significant. Even though the waves looked small, you cannot see visibly just the power and the force of that rushing water.
The surge coming
That is
in,
what
yeah.
caused all of the damage to the piers, to the boats, to the boaters who weren't able to leave in time.
Yeah, that's why we're talking about the boats having to leave when they can, and the Coast Guard saying evacuate, take your vessels out to open water at least 300 feet deep so that you can avoid the surge. That's basically what it is, and we have been repeating it often. It's not a surface wave. It's just basically the energy that goes all the way from the ocean surface down to the bottom, and so you're going to get strong currents, and as, again, it gets into shallower water, it's going to go not only higher, but it's also going to get wider, and so you're going to have an area of strong currents that are going to impact. They're going to swirl around. They're going to do strange things that as they interact with the reefs and they interact with the bottom of the ocean.
I mean, just so that you could illustrate it more, Jen, I mean, if you could talk about the power of these waves, I mean, the governor said it as well. I mean, it's not the height of it, but he may be saying it's 3 feet, but it's strong enough to move a house or a car.
So we're talking about the forward motion in all of this, and it was moving at speeds of 500 to 550 miles per hour. And then once it reaches more shallow waters, it does slow down to speeds about 30 miles per hour. But it's that forward momentum that gets it going. And like Ben was talking about, spreading exponentially and widening as it does. And that's why this is wraparound energy. It's not like one side of the island is protected and the other side is not. This is going to be a whole statewide event as it wraps around. And then as it interacts with our topography, with our outer reefs, with our inner reefs, then we will see what kind of wave that it's going to be facing.
Yeah, the waves are minutes away from Hawaii.
Very interesting to see the dynamics.
You can see the clouds in the
of all of this
distance
coming
changing.
together. A lot of numerical models are put together to predict the wave speed and arrival times. And I do think they did a great job with the arrival times with this one, because we have been seeing activity since the 7 o'clock hour.
That's nice to get new spell animations.
What a hurricane can do. We're starting to get pretty good at predicting where it's going to go, but the intensity, like how strong a hurricane is, that is still pretty much up to the hurricane. Same thing with the tsunami happening here, where we haven't been able to reasonably predict when it's going to arrive. But as far as how big the waves are going to get,
Frost Size is getting a good new animation.
A definite concrete answer. We cannot tell you for sure. We have been saying like 3 to 9 feet or thereabouts, but we're not sure. It's something that we just have to be prepared for. If it happens, you were prepared. If it doesn't happen, just give a good sigh of relief. We were prepared. You know.
Killing Spree is getting new animations too. It looks like
And that
you're
is our
prop
job to
player
make
as
sure that
well.
you are prepared, and in that we have our crews spread out all across the island to cover this event. And we actually want to take a live shot now of on this North Shore. This, I believe, is the Haleiwa area where waters, we're told, seem to be receding there. We're trying to light up this area as best as we can with our light, of course.
We've received reports that water was receding in the area. We also have a clip of, we can show you more in better light of kind of what exactly is happening. Here's that shot right now, as just trying to keep tabs on how this timeline matches up with what was happening at Hanalei. This is happening in Haleiwa as well. You just look at the activity, what's happening with the coastline here, keeping a close eye on the receding aspect. So, this back out live. Visibility is poor because of the darkness, and so we're trying to get the best vantage point we can as possible in this.
It seems calm as far as you can see, just, from looking at it right now. I mean, you can't really see much, Ben or Jen.
Yeah. But the water has receded. It looks like a lot of like wet sand that's in the foreground. So that was water, or that was sand that was underwater. You can see a water line on that rock there. That's probably where the water was just a few minutes ago. And so we are seeing the water recede. You can see the Rainbow Bridge off in the distance near the top of your screen. And so that gives you a little bit of basically what's going on.
That's a shot at North Shore right now. We also have a live Waikiki cam. Fortunately, there's good lighting on this cam here, so it gives us a better sense of what we're going to be seeing over the next several hours or so.
And you can also see some wet sand where the water's pushed up over the shoreline as well.
Yeah, there's that area to the bottom of the pier. That's a very gentle slope. That's a very gentle way to get into the ocean as far as the slope. So there's nothing particularly deep. You can go out several feet and you'll still be like in waist-high water. And so the run-up can go farther because it's a gentler slope. On the other side, the Fort DeRussy side, it's a little bit steeper on that side, but you can definitely tell.
Yeah, this is going to get crazy. We're here for this. I want to see what happens with this. Weather has always been interesting to me since I was a small kid. Like, I was the one. I had like a rain barometer.
Was a run-up. So
at the age of 4.
That is
just to measure the rain in the backyard.
Path to the pier is usually pretty dry, and so if you've got the water running up that high,
had a rain barometer as a kid,
and maybe more again could be on the way.
You know, weather is always really interested in me.
Let's call for that one that was showing us a different vantage point because we won't be able to really gather much. Yeah, we're trying to gather different
how this transpires
it provides a much more different view.
Definitely something I want to see. I want to see how these waves get, because I heard it's supposed to be 10 feet
We just
waves.
did get word from state officials at the next press conference to give us an update on what they're seeing and what the state has experienced is coming in. At
What actually happens versus what's being speculated,
so of course, we'll bring that to you live as it
obviously,
comes.
are two different things.
As far as I can see here, it's really hard to make out any.
So I just want to see how.
Just the squall in the background, of course.
Yes, with some of the passing showers and the trade winds, and we do have a few swells moving through as well, coming in from the south and also the east. We're seeing some rising surf. And it's probably going to be a very important press conference coming up at 8:20. I think we're going to have more substantial data, more readings that they're going to share during that time, and that can give us an idea.
I've been kind of cleaning some stuff off the desk, preparing for the move.
We are
so
seeing a lot of run-up across the entire island chain, and also those strong currents. The best case scenario out of all of this is getting those strong currents and not a whole lot of coastal
because we're moving in about 2 months, so
all of this initial painting of what's been happening with the tsunami, I hope that continues on for the next couple of hours.
Yeah, you look at there was a heart that was in the middle of this live shot a little bit earlier, and the water's been reaching the heart and maybe might have washed over it for all I can tell. It's not the best quality picture, and also this is probably that squall that we saw off in the distance in the earlier Hanalei Bay cam, but probably a combination of a little bit of rain, but also the fact that the water is a little bit higher now than we saw a little bit earlier when there was still adequate daylight. The debris line has moved up a little bit further, and so there's that squall line off in the distance. Again, just because of the lack of daylight, it's pretty much
this weather is going to get. You can see right now, the sky has been darkening.
So we're going to be looking at some of the
like for the past half an hour.
Better lighting around the state as this energy from the tsunami continues to move down the island chain, and so we're expecting, like for example, Hawaii Island maybe to get.
It's getting dark.
We should be able to see it a little bit better as we get to, say, for example, Coconut Island. This is the shot now. The water is very calm there, but when you look at the bridge that goes over Coconut Island, many times when there is a tsunami, even if it's a small one, you can definitely see the current. I'm not seeing it right now.
Let's go to our Drew Davis now with some new data.
Yeah, thank you, Steph. Can we pull up really quickly graphics 12 so you can see what's going on? This is the latest look at the buoys over at Na Wili Wili over on Kauai. Again, we are seeing impacts from the tsunami. Again, this could be one wave. This could be the first of many to impact Kauai. Of course, we haven't been seeing too many impacts over at Hanalei, but this is a chart from the NOAA buoy over at Na Wili Wili. Again, we have been seeing some of the wave crests getting above 2 feet above the water level at that time. Again, we are seeing high tide right around now for most of the state, and it drops down very quickly to below 1 foot below the normal water level, so about half a foot below zero. Again, we are seeing impacts in terms of the tsunami wave right now, and again, the message here, and it's been the message all afternoon, is that this is not a one-wave event. We've seen the receding in Hanalei so far, and we've seen the water come back. We could continue to see receding, and now without light, it'll be harder to analyze, it'll be harder to really take a look at. But this is proof that we are seeing some of the impacts, at least from the buoy readings that we have so far.
All right, guys, I just got a text message from Robert Ballard from the National Weather Service, and he said the latest tsunami warning siren bulletin says 4-foot amplitude at Haleiwa, so that's 1.2 meters. So 4-foot amplitude was the latest reading that they got in Haleiwa.
And basically amplitude is like trough to crest, if I'm not mistaken, and so that's quite a bit, and we did get confirmation that the water line in that earlier live shot that we got from Haleiwa, that's where the water was, and so there was definitely a good receding of water at the Haleiwa, that looked like Ali'i Beach. I'm pretty sure that's the shoreline right at Ali'i Beach, and so the water did go down about 2 feet. Maybe it's not rushing back, but we are seeing the changes in tidal levels because of the tsunami. And again, as we're watching this live look near Du'Kahanamoku Beach and close to the lagoon there, waves are coming in as normal, but you can definitely see what's a high water line that did come in a little bit earlier, and we're just awaiting possibly the next receding water episode and then another wave coming in right behind that.
And Ben, because the event is here, and right now we're in the thick of it based off of the measurements that are coming in, what can we say about Hawaii's underwater topography and its impact on the surges that are coming in?
Well, it kind of depends on where you are. Like, for example, Hanalei Bay, I believe it's pretty shallow. Waimea Bay, it is shallower, and possibly, but you will get a little bit more run up there. A good example, however, years ago, I remember there were people looking at Makapu'u. Makapu'u, not that deep. So if it was a big tsunami, we would see water just basically Makapu'u emptying out and then coming back in. That would be possibly in a worst case scenario tsunami. But those areas where there's a gentle slope underneath the water coming in, basically that spells trouble. If it is a little bit more abrupt, shall we say, like if there's cliffs like the Nepali coastline, some of those areas, the Kaiwi coastline even, for example, you may not get that much of a run up or some of that energy, but basically what we're looking at is if it is a gentle slope like Makapu'u, where it's shallower, after it gets past the deeper water and you start hitting that area, even Hanauma Bay could also see some higher water because of, you get the reef, it's a little bit deeper there, and then it hits the reef, and then it'll start pushing over.
So it's been almost an hour since the first
so
predicted
we're waiting on this
arrived at Hanalei Bay as we take this live look. And
wild,
we are
and it's getting dark
an
as
update
hell there.
Officials at 8:20, and until
Give me a
then, I
moment.
guess Ben, Drew, and Jen, what kinds of data are you going to be listening in for with this upcoming update?
Thank you, Steph. Again, what we're watching now, we're in like you mentioned, we're in the thick of it, and we are watching the buoys. We're seeing several of the buoys reporting that we're seeing amplitudes of 2 feet, much larger changes in the sea level right out there. Again, we took a look at the Na Wili Wili buoy just a little while ago and the Hanalei buoy, so we are seeing changes out there. And again, this isn't just one wave. Potentially the initial estimation was around 7:17 p.m., so it's been a little under an hour since that's happening. We've been watching very closely. We've seen water recede, but we're watching the buoys now. The first wave may not be the biggest. It could be the second or third wave. We've seen water recede, and a lot of water receded in Honolulu pretty quickly, and the water came back in pretty quickly after that. Ben, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, when the water came back in, it looked kind of gentle, but remember that's energy again, the whole ocean energy coming in. It's not just the surface. And so the concern that we have, once more, the currents and Steph, as you were talking about earlier, we're talking about the currents that can cause damage over at La Mariana Harbor. That's when we saw boats getting pulled from their moorings, crashing into the piers, crashing into each other, those sorts of things. And so that is still a danger. And you definitely don't want to be caught in that particular energy because, you know, if you've ever been in a rip current, and I hope you never have, you know, you get caught in it. This is going to be like a whole bunch of different currents. It's basically a stirring up of the water. And you asked earlier, Mark, about the behavior underneath. Like if you go to pipeline right now, probably there's going to be water all Kapakai at the moment, you know, just all over the place. Currents are going to be just going in every which way. And so it's a very dangerous time to be in the water, but also on the shoreline and also along channels, rivers, streams, those areas, because you could still have energy that's going to be coming in through the rivers. And so just stay a good distance up. We're seeing about 100 feet just in case. Yeah, that's good.
And like you mentioned on the Honolulu cam, when we were watching the water recede, there was very different movements in the currents right before the water receded. We could see water moving out, moving in. So again, strong currents being created by these tsunamis. And just behind me, Ben, I do want to show the Nawili Wili buoy again. This is the most latest look. You can see the red right here is the typical water level. Typically, when you see water levels at buoys, you use them to track high tide and low tide, high tide and low tide. Of course, we're not seeing that right now because if you look at the end of this, we have this really big shock in terms of the water level. The buoy is going up and down very quickly. Again, this is a snapshot from about 10 minutes ago, so we might be seeing an updated look at that coming up here in a little bit. We'll make sure to show you that, but I do want to say this may be the first wave of many. Again, this is Nawili Wili. This is on the over in Kauai County. We were taking a look at Haleiwa as well. So a lot can change. We're still, as Steph has mentioned, in the thick of it. The initial prediction, 7:17 p.m. We haven't seen a large wave come in yet that's really impacted, but we have seen receding in Honolulu. We've seen receding over in Haleiwa. So a lot to watch still.
Yeah, we haven't. We don't know what the situation is like at Haleiwa Harbor, Alawai Boat Harbor. Obviously, not safe to go there right now. But you know, we're just trying to see. We'll determine a little bit later just how many people took their vessels out into the open ocean. A little bit earlier, we did talk to one of the boaters. His boat was already on, you know, basically on the trailer, getting ready to evacuate that way. And he was talking about how some of the other vessel owners were heading out to sea just because you don't want to be in that mess. You know, kind of like being in a washing machine in a way. But that would be the best way to kind of describe what's going on. And then in areas like the bays and some of the harbors, you're going to get that pull of the water and you're going to get that push of the water once again. And that's what we've been also seeing in Honolulu Bay.
Yeah, and here's another look. This is a snapshot from a little while ago from Sand Island in the Midway Islands, so over near Midway Atoll. Again, this data is a little bit outdated, but it is just a look at, you can see the tsunami wave again. Ben, if you just point out where that shock is, again, up and down very quickly. That's how the buoys work. They're used to measure the high tide and low tide out there. And they're a very great tool to give us kind of an idea of how large these tsunami waves are. And again, the message is it's not just one wave, and we're going to continue watching it very closely.
Yeah, but just so you know, this is one of the pieces of data that we use when we have, for example, king tides, because the blue line is basically your normal water level. The red line is the actual recorded water level. And so you see how it's supposed to be gentle. We had a high tide coming, but you have don't. So that almost tells me 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 waves. First one may have been the biggest one. They get smaller, but again, this is just a snapshot. Later data may come in, and then we may just get, you know, maybe another bigger wave once again.
And a great reminder.
Waiting for. I think we're still waiting on it to hit.
So the wave, the tsunami wave, the column.
I think we're still waiting on it to hit. So.
is riding on top of high tide, which is already elevated, so it makes it a little bit more of concern. That's it for Ben and I at the weather desk. Let's send it back to Mark and Steph at the anchor desk.
Ben and Drew, thank you very much. Very useful, very critical information as we are tracking this. We are approaching about an hour since the first activity that we saw at Hanalei Bay. So far, we've seen
Small RP.
recede both at Hanalei, Nawiliwili,
We'll peek in on that
and
real
Siva,
quick.
as well as we're tracking this.
That's right, and we just got word that we are going to get another update from Pacific Tsunami Warning Center officials in just a bit. But before then, we want to turn things over now to our reporter Dylan Ancheta, who is live on Maui for us. Dylan.
Aloha, thank you so much. I am located at the Wailuku Community Center. This is one of a number of gyms that have opened here on Maui. And I can tell you that the atmosphere here is rather relaxed. People are calm. People are kind of just waiting to hear what is going on. There are a lot of kupuna members here at this shelter. I would say there's about 50 to 60 or so people between the inside and the outside. Some community members have said that many other people chose other shelters to go to, but here at the Wailuku Community Center, people are kind of just hanging out and waiting to hear any updates, any news.
Yeah, people are just sitting around, man.
Red Cross officials are here, but they don't have a lot of supplies, not a lot of water, not a lot of snacks. So if you are going, or if you are at one of those shelters, hopefully you have brought your own. They do allow pets at the shelters here, and so
Smile RP might be something I
earlier
check
today
out
when,
because I didn't realize the
last
owner was on kick.
siren alert went off. There's one just outside this building here, and that was quite loud, quite noticeable. And I spoke to some people earlier in the day as I just got to this shelter. I've been here for a couple hours now. Here's what they said. Aloha from the Wailuku Community Center. This is one of several spots that have opened as official shelters here in Maui County. I'm joined by Kathleen, Joseph, Mary, and Maria. They are here riding out this impending tsunami. First off, how are you folks feeling today?
Scared. Just kind
Yeah.
of out of all that I've been through with all the tsunami warnings.
Right.
This kind of feel really, really
This shit's pretty scary, man.
bound to happen. And I'm
Like,
hoping it doesn't.
Mother Nature ain't no joke.
Praying a lot for our homes.
Like this kind of stuff,
especially those who live
nothing to play with, man.
to the beach, which I do. So
Like I remember a few months ago,
Residents,
when we had a line of storms coming this way that could produce tornadoes.
Are you just kind of winging it here tonight?
That shit was wild, and someone that lives over here,
this is not something we're used
they got their roof
and
kind of a little tore off at the top from the damn wind.
For example, for me to
They had a
cross
couple down
show,
trees, but
we just got this warning, so you need to leave Kihei now
But
because there's only 2
this kind of
roads
weather
now.
is not a joke.
And he felt he had more time, but we're just, it's like we're winging it. It's not something that we would have planned. It's better prepare us. It's horrible.
And it's scary
Maria, you just came from
because you never know what's going to
How
happen.
many people are in there right now and kind of set the scene for us?
Like that's the one thing that's inconsistent but constant.
Yes. I was like,
The weather.
because I was
Weather's inconsistent as shit.
have space. Yeah,
But the
it's
threat is
good.
constant.
It has AC, and at least we get bathroom here. But yeah, I'm kind of like scared.
Joe, I want to ask you, how are you feeling through all of this?
I feel like I'm feeling, especially when they go out, like, what, a tsunami coming, you gotta go
Really can't hear this guy talking.
and go get this. At the end of
Really can't. The wind, I swear, is messing with his mic.
Toilet paper, hand towels, water. That's it.
So right now, without the supplies of the shelter, what supplies do you folks personally have?
We were so unprepared for this that when Joe picked me up at work and we went right up the road to Kalui Fulan, which is like a 5-minute
Like Mother Nature is no joke.
whatever we could grab, and everything was pretty much sold out, deli and all that.
Yeah, the stores are going to be sold. I swear.
And that was all
Living in the South,
and it took us an hour and a half
I'll tell you this, living in the South in the United States,
that I work at 5 minutes
it is terrible because whenever a storm comes through, all the bread and toilet paper is gone. All the lunch meat is gone. The Lunchables are the only thing that's usually there, which is not a good
And
sign.
lastly, Mary, I want to ask you.
And Pop-Tart.
You mentioned you have the trailer. What was it like for you to evacuate?
Pop-Tarts are gone too.
Oh,
There's Pop-Tarts.
prepared with everything in the trailer right now that
Bread and lunch meat.
my personal belongings.
Something you can eat without cooking it.
Ice box. Boy, my brother
Not
needs
altogether
to
though.
know
That'd be nasty.
that 3 weeks ago. It's gonna take a loss because it's in the garage back home.
Might have to give Smile RP a shot.
That's about it.
Because the guy running it streams on Kick.
The whole trailer, and my brothers and my family, my sisters and my brothers are happy that I invested in this. And you know, it's the biggest place to park it right now is at Popohaku. And yeah, prepared with everything in the trailer.
Absolutely.
We are so grateful and glad for all the early warning, all the sirens that go off that let us know. So we are definitely prepared in that way, and that they're keeping us.
So this weather is no joke.
Of what's going on.
Absolutely, and that is the latest from the people here on the Valley Isle. I thank you all so much for sharing your thoughts on this. The nerves are unsettled, so to speak, but the people of Maui often look out for each other and take care of each other. And we are here once again at the Wailuku Community Center, which is one of the shelters here tonight. And now I understand we have a press conference with Haima. Let's go ahead and send things back to the studio.
Okay, let's see what's going on here.
So much, Dylan and Cheto, for reporting for us live on Maui. But unfortunately, we are still trying to get that live shot up right now. We're having some technical difficulties.
Yeah, we're trying to pull up a signal right now. This would be a live news conference, an update from Haima. Governor Josh Green and state emergency officials will be briefing us on the latest of the situation. We are still rolling on the news conference, so although we may not be taking it live right now, we will be bringing it to you in its entirety.
Been waiting on the waves to hit for like the past hour.
In the meantime, let's give you a shot from our live cam overlooking Waikiki right now. One of the only shots as we're scrolling through our Rolodex of live cams that still has lighting and can give us some real-time context on what is happening with this tsunami event right now. Something that has happened during this time, you take a very close look at what is happening with the water line and the activity there and how it's going back and forth.
And we want to go live now to our chief meteorologist, Jennifer Robbins, who has the latest initial readings that just came in. Jen, what can you tell us?
We are looking at the initial readings, so this is probably something that they're going to go over in the press conference. Haleiwa, 4 feet in amplitude.
Wow.
For 12 minutes. Hanalei was 3 feet in amplitude for 20 minutes. Midway as we got that initial reading, 3 feet with lots of force behind it. I just want to take a closer look at what this means and what this data
That's no joke.
means. So when
Like,
we're
I'm
talking
6'2".
about amplitude, it's measured
So,
relative to normal sea level. So
3
it
feet.
is not crest to trough wave. And that's what we're seeing in
Not a
the
joke.
initial readings here. And the period of time is in minutes.
Like if people
from
don't
one
listen
wave to the
to the weather
next.
people,
So that's what we're
like the
seeing.
National
So
Weather
we've
Service
certainly seen
and
lots
disaster
of
relief
energy
about
move
not
around
going
the
swimming.
islands, and that's why
Die.
we are under a tsunami
But there's some
warning.
crazy people enough
Ross,
to go out
I'm
and try to
saying
do this shit. In the,
that gave us pause. That doesn't happen for no
there's some
reason.
crazy people in this world that will
Act
go out
like
there and
that.
do this
That
shit.
means there's activity in the ocean. So again, we keep our fingers crossed that we don't suffer a big tsunami. Again, people have been very thoughtful and very safe, and that's something we appreciate. Aloha.
Aloha. Like the governor said, there is energy in the ocean. There were small measurements of smaller waves, and they want to see, the scientists are telling us, we want to see a few of them to know that we're in the clear. So the window is still 2 to 3 hours that we're watching this energy in the Pacific Ocean. So the counties have opened shelters and places of refuge. If the citizens need it, they can use that. We're postured to support those shelters with wraparound services if needed. There's also Red Cross that's standing by. There's and it's really this sense of aloha in the state. Family Promise of Hawaii, they're reaching and leaning forward to say that they can help folks. If the public needs assistance, we'll post their phone number and email that if people are impacted and need assistance, they can reach out. So there's a lot of entities, a lot of community involvement, and it's wonderful to see how the state is reacting to a very serious threat to our public and to the safety of the state. Thank you.
Mahalo, Administrator Barros. Finally, I'd like to bring up Captain Nick Wurst, Commander Sector Honolulu and Captain of the Port.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Governor. As stated, Captain Nick Wurst, Sector
This is
Honolulu.
wild.
Our top priorities for the Coast Guard right now are the safety of life, the safety of our ports, and then any environmental impacts to the state. In anticipation of that, we have closed all commercial harbors and have ordered evacuation of those harbors to mitigate risk. In addition, have Coast Guard assets deployed. That's small boats, ships, and planes and aircraft pre-deployed. So post-impact, we are ready to respond very quickly to any search and rescue cases, to be able to assess the ports to make sure they're safe to be reopened for commerce, and then also any environmental impacts, we can respond to that. So we are working in unison with the state, and thank you very much for your time.
Okay, at this time, we're going to facilitate questions from the media, and we'll start with Andrew, Honolulu Star Advertiser.
Can you let us know who gives input, most important input on determining an all clear if warranted?
So the question is, who gives the most important input on determining an all clear?
We're going to turn to Dr. Chip at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. They're on the calls with the governor. They're advising the leadership, and they'll give us an indication of what they believe, and then it'll be an executive order from here.
Okay, next I'm going to go to Le'ui, KITV4.
Do you know what is closely being looked at to monitor and give a better indicator of the surge cycle in this scenario?
So the question is around what are the indicators for closely monitoring the surge cycle?
Well, there's multiple readings of the waves all across the Pacific and then all across the islands. So there's a printout that we see dozens of those measurements, and they've ranged from 0.23 meters, in some cases, to over a meter. So we have had a couple waves of that size. The largest wave we believe we saw was in Haleiwa, over a meter, well over a meter. And then, of course, the pause that we had was also watching the shoreline recede, where we saw, the water pull back 20 or 30 feet. That seemed like an anticipated large wave. So that's what we've all seen historically. We're really hoping that we are out of harm's way. Again, we don't want anyone to let their guard down. We want it to go another couple hours. As the waves cycle smaller and smaller, that's how we know that we're ending this concern.
Mahalo, Governor. Up next, Ashley, Hawaii Public Radio.
So when the all clear comes through, would that mean that the water is back to normal and no longer receded? I guess what are like the clear indicator that it's all completed?
So the question is, when the all clear comes or is finalized and communicated, what does that mean with regard to the water?
I think that means that we reach functional zero risk. Because we're able to continue to monitor waves all throughout the Pacific, including the multiple different locations that we described earlier. But most importantly, as the waves end generation, when they're hitting our own shorelines, which can cause more wave activity, then we know it's over. So we'll be hopeful. Also, we'll see the tides go down, which is, not nothing. We did observe pretty significant waves on the other side of the Pacific. In Japan, there were 3-meter waves, and we saw some of them cascade over, over their shoreline. So that's a big concern. But again, so far, so good. We had a couple fender benders on the highway, which we're always, watching and we're careful about. A couple people went home from work a little early today. But that's all an excellent outcome if we don't end up having, a serious tsunami like we did in past decades.
Final question going to Daryl Huff, Hawaii News Now.
Okay, so looking forward, what I'm trying to understand is when you say we had a 3-foot wave in Haleiwa, that was the water receded, came back in. We didn't have a wave go up onto Haleiwa parking lot or anything like that, right? So far we haven't had waves inundated anything significant.
So
what are we worried about next?
The question is confirmation on the waves not coming and making their way inland yet, and then what can we anticipate next?
Yeah, so as our conversations with the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, yes, and they would prefer to see multitude of these smaller waves as that 3 feet, recede a little bit, 3 feet, and not generate that bigger wave. So as we watch throughout the evening, monitoring different buoys across, monitoring cameras, we're watching those waves. So again, the best case is we get some of those smaller waves that don't inundate and flood coastlines.
Okay, well, look, thank you everyone for your patience. We, like I said, are going to get another update from the scientific community around 9, and then we'll communicate with you. We'll reach out through social media and text shortly thereafter in case there's any update. And then, you know, hopefully, fingers crossed, the gentleman will be able to come up and hopefully give us the all clear in 2 or 3 hours, perhaps by 11 tonight. But we want to still be cautious. There's just no reason to take any risks. So again, thank you, everyone. Thank you for being mindful of the large risk. If large waves did come over the shore, we know there would be harm and loss of life. So we just don't want to lose any of our people. Aloha.
All right, you've been listening to a news conference with Governor Josh Green and emergency officials. Not an all clear given just yet.
No.
We can say this.
No, it's still looming out there. It hasn't really hit yet.
Detect an air of optimism in the remarks, talking about the discussion of an all clear as we are tracking activity with this tsunami warning event.
That's right, just as you all at home have been watching with us and seeing the changes in our live tracks at Hanalei, Kaanapali, Waikiki, and Haleiwa, just as Governor Green said. Everybody witnessed those changes. There was activity in the water, and on the positive side, they noticed that it was on the smaller side. However, as you mentioned, Mark, and as just officials stress, it does not mean that we are in the clear just yet. Of course, we're waiting for another series of waves and data to come in.
Yeah, we're still in the window right now. Forecasters are continuing to keep a close eye on the movement. Something that was said repeatedly in this news conference just now is that, you know, right now, what is happening in the ocean, there's a ton of energy out there. And thankfully, this hasn't resulted in coastal flooding. We've seen the numbers with the recession of the shoreline and things of that nature, but no major coastal flooding right now. Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins has a closer look at the numbers that scientists are picking up. Jen.
After that press conference, so far so good, as we are going to be in good shape if we continue this trend. So Haleiwa, the biggest in amplitude, we're talking about 4 feet per 12 minutes. So that's with the wave energy that we're seeing. Hanalei, 3 feet in amplitude per 20 minutes. Initial readings that we saw over in Midway at 3 feet with lots of force behind it. Right now, we're not seeing a whole lot of coastal flooding, but we are seeing a lot of energy over the waters and lots of movement as well. So the movement that we'll continue to see at night, you could actually see this was the initial readings, anywhere from 0.2 or 0.1 to 0.3 meters. So that would be just about a foot or so. And then 1 to 2 meters up to like more than 3 feet that was initially expected. And that's what we're seeing with some of these initial waves, about 4 feet. And Haleiwa was the biggest. And just to take a closer look, the time of the measurement is what we're seeing. Amplitude, tsunami amplitude is measured relative to the normal sea level. So it's not crest to trough wave heights that we're given here. And per period, we're talking about the time in minutes from one wave to the next. So example, like we're talking about with Haleiwa coming in at 12 minutes, that is from one wave to the next there. And then Hanalei, 3 feet in amplitude per 20 minutes. That's one wave to the next as well. So we are expecting a tsunami as a series of long ocean waves. As you know, each individual wave crest can last 5 to 15 minutes or more, and then essentially could lead to flooding. But we have been in pretty good shape so far, but it is quite unpredictable with the strong current, so we're not out of the woods yet. We're not in the clear yet. And it looks like as we pass the amplitude here, reaching its peak, we'll be on a downward trend when it comes to those wave heights,
Waiting to
which
see
is
the
great news for us, but unpredictable still with the
screens of this.
strong
This is crazy.
rip currents that we have been seeing. On top of all of this energy, we do have a south swell. Also, east-facing shores seeing some swell energy there. Wraparound energy for all of the islands. And then on top of all of that, it's coinciding with that high tide. So in the past, the most effective areas, Hilo got hit really hard in 1946, 1960, and 2011, known as the hot spot of tsunamis due to the bay's shape. And also what plays a big role in all of this is the wave direction that we're seeing as it comes through the source there of the epicenter. Kona suffered damage in 1975 and also in 2011. And then we did see plenty of energy in past years with run-up depending on the wave direction all the way on those north shores of all of the islands over the western end of the state. So very fascinating when you take a look at tsunami history and also the science behind it. And Hawaii has endured over 160 tsunamis since 1812. And that can cause, of course, as we've seen today as it unfolds before our very own eyes, huge surges of energy to travel across the ocean. And the origin in the past has been Alaska, Chile, Japan, and Russia. And the history has showed us the magnitude and depth between these do play a big role. But even with a strong magnitude earthquake like 8.8 in 2010, it was only about 3 feet when it comes to the wave heights during that time. So it highly depends on the direction as it travels over the ocean, a lot of elements as it comes our way. But here's a friendly reminder, the power of water. Usually we talk about this when we get a lot of flooding from rain, but 1 foot can pick up cars, 2 feet can move SUVs and heavy trucks. And the power of water is substantial when it comes to this tsunami energy. We'll take a deeper look at all of these elements coming together in a little bit, but first, back to you guys.
All right, thank you so much, Jen, for that important information as we continue to await the information just released from Pacific Tsunami Warning Center officials there. But as we take a live look now at this Waikiki camera live view, you can see, just as Governor Green mentioned, another positive thing that came out of this event is that everybody heeded the warnings.
Yes.
Coastlines are clear.
This is crazy.
He said just minus a couple of fender benders out on the roadways. Everybody showed that aloha spirit. They listened to officials, and you can see right now, nobody on the beach, minus that one foiler or stand-up paddleboarder out in Hanalei Bay that we spotted earlier tonight. But he says, let's continue to kokua. Let's continue to stay in this together and have this positive outcome, because this is not over yet.
No, precisely. We're still in the window right now. We're staying on this cam because it is our only visible cam. But yeah, you think about kind of how this afternoon played out, right? And the response time that has happened. So you had the initial quake at 1:30. The severity was upgraded to an 8.8, and then the warning came down about 3 o'clock. This afternoon, around 2:45 or so. So in that time, up until you hit 7:15, that was enough time for, action to be taken in terms of locating evacuation shelters, clearing up the roadways. Yes, we saw the traffic, but, in the hours since, that has dissipated. That coincided with rush hour traffic, and then just the response county by county across the state, with state crews going out there, making sure that beachgoers are off the coast, off the shoreline right now. You still have some people out there taking their chances. But, from what we heard in the governor's most recent remarks about 10 minutes ago, yes, we are still in the window, but we did hear the phrase all clear being mentioned several times in those remarks.
So it didn't go all crazy like people thought it was going to.
Readings that have come in so far,
A lot of people thought this was going to get
positive
crazy.
Developments on what we have seen from the initial surge, and going back to, you think back to the different models that we have seen, from just buoy measurings, and you see that first spike that you have, the very dramatic spike within the first couple of waves, and after that you have some smaller spikes. So let's just hope, from what we have seen so far, it remains to just the current surges, nothing in the way of coastal flooding knock on wood.
Right, a live look now at Honolulu Harbor with Aloha Tower shining brightly there. You can see clearly that all of the boats have left, the fishing boats. Coast Guard cutter has left as well as soon as that tsunami warning siren went off. And we won't be hearing any more sirens after the 7:10 initial arrival of those waves, but we are still heavily monitoring any changes that we will be seeing on our coastlines. We also want to give an update that Kole Kole Pass is officially closed. Of course, military officials jumped in and worked with the State Department of Transportation to open up that valuable key passageway to allow West Oahu residents who are near the coastlines to evacuate readily. So they closed Kole Kole Pass at approximately 8:15 tonight due to low visibility, they say, but they did report that an estimated 410 residents were able to utilize that key passageway thanks to the military for making that available to them.
Yeah, it's precisely what its intent, and again, that's what it's there for, right? To, you know, come to the aid of leeward Oahu residents during these types of situations. And so far, as we give you a look from our Helocam, as we have seen how these images have developed over the course of the last couple of hours or so, and how daylight has dissipated, no major activity in terms of coastal flooding. We saw the water receding when we were looking at that Hanalei Bay cam. Hanalei Bay, the water receding from the shots we were getting at Haleiwa Harbor. We are getting some reports of water kind of, you know, moving in at Maunalua Bay out in East Honolulu. Will be
this is like we're waiting for the storm to come in.
The parking lot is filled with water out at
that parking lot is filled.
You know, as you can see from this cam, it's on the bottom left of your screen.
That parking lot is filled with water.
You see it too, right?
I see it. If you look closely, and we want to thank our producer for showing us. It's really hard to make out because of course it is nighttime and all of these changes are taking place. But yes, the bottom right corner there, you can see the parking lot.
Actually, bottom left.
Bottom left, yes,
Yeah.
yes, that left.
Yeah, the other left.
It is completely flooded. Ben and Drew, you could speak about this, and of course, Jen also mentioned high tides playing a role.
Yeah, high tides do play a role, but remember earlier, this is several hours ago, and I mentioned about how this is a place where the currents go in and out by that bridge. Now, usually that parking lot, you can see 4 stalls just to the right under the street light over there, just above the palm tree to the bottom left. So that is usually dry land. That is very dry. You can park your car there. I've done live shots from that particular area during tropical cyclones and so forth. So yeah, apparently while we were going through the various and sundry press conferences and getting more data, one thing that has apparently happened is that the ocean, a tsunami came and flooded the parking lot at Coconut Island, and there it is in this live shot. So that's all ocean water that came in. And I was trying to look a little bit earlier before we pointed out the fact that the parking lot is flooded. I was trying to look at the currents beneath the bridge.
That's right.
And, you know, it looks a little weird right now. It may be coming in again for, you know, we'll take a look at some of the spikes, but there is some current that's going on over there that I can kind of detect. But basically, the sign that something is going on, the parking lot in the foreground in front of the Coconut Island Bridge, it's flooded. It's basically, we've had something, you know, significant wave height come in as well.
Yeah, and you know, as we're seeing that right now, so the parking lot of Coconut Island is flooded. We also have the video queued up from Mauna Lua Bay with the water coming in. Let's see if we can play that in.
Yeah,
So
this is in East Oahu, Hawaii Kai. Wow.
now this is during, you know, we have construction in the area right now for a dredging project. Who knows how that will be impacted, but you're just seeing how, whereas we were watching the water around the 7:15 time frame, okay, the first expected window of arrival for this tsunami, kind of the different effects that it is having. If what we are seeing is water moving in, a parking lot flooded, we will take that.
Yeah, this is the most that's happened from that, so
But
that's
most importantly, so
a good thing. This could have been so much worse. Like,
before they give the all clear, yes, this is
yeah,
those are
Mother
positive
Nature does
signs,
not
but
give
we're
a
gonna hope
shit.
that we continue to
This
see
could have been
more
so
of
much
these
worse than what it
smaller
was.
waves in the next
so much
series
worse.
of waves that
I mean,
are
a
set to
couple flooded
arrive.
parking
So
lots being the end result. Yeah, well, like
I wanna take
a lot of
another
us,
look
because
at,
of
some of the
what they
data
were
from the Midway
forecasting,
Atoll.
thought
Of
this was
course,
going
the
to be
buoy
so
that
much
I've been,
worse than what it was.
launching all evening out there, of course, is kind of giving us a picture out
So much
of
worse than what it
how
was.
these waves are going to be moving in. We've got
That parking lot got flooded.
between
You can tell, like, right over.
peninsula where the
I got
first quake
mouse.
happened and Hawaii. So
Oh,
we really
they
don't have
moved
a
it.
good idea of
But
a good
in the
way
bottom
to
right-hand
analyze
corner
it
of the screen, if you
along
saw
the
that last
way
shot,
as it's
parking lot was
tracking
flooded.
towards the island chain. Ben and I are here in the Weather Center right now. We are looking at this data. This is from the Sand Island Midway Atoll buoy. You can actually take a look. This is over the last few hours. Again, we've been watching the actual waves from the
Damn,
tsunami
those are
moving in.
cool. I didn't think they were
Ben,
gonna be.
it's up and down, up and down.
Like
but
after the
buoy is
U-Force One
rising
tank,
very quickly, dropping very
I had a lot
quickly.
of
I do want to point out just again
doubt in Vupu, but their
we've even
PNP
seen another shock or another large
world.
boost in the at the end there. This happened around 7:06 p.m. local time for the Midway Atoll. Again, we're still watching. That's why we haven't seen the all clear yet. We're still seeing spikes coming in on the buoys.
Yeah, a little bit earlier we showed you like these 4 spikes here, 1, 2, 3, 4. They get smaller, 2 smaller spikes, and then we've got this next spike, spike number 5, I guess I'll call it. And this one is obviously larger than the first one. So it's not necessary that the first wave was the biggest. We're not seeing that. We're already seeing some data that shows that we did have a much higher wave, and that could have possibly moved in. This might have been the one that flooded Coconut Island's parking lot.
And Jennifer Robbins, Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins mentioned that's a hot spot. Hilo Bay is a hot spot for flooding, especially when it comes to past tsunamis. And we're getting word from our producer, that we are seeing some flooding over in Hilo Bay. We want to take you back out there. Still seeing some water moving into.
It's a closer shot here.
Yes, moving into the parking lot there.
Yeah, looks like there we go.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, looks
Right in
like,
here,
I'm just
the
gonna
parking lot
move away from
flooded.
the desk for a moment, but it looks like
Like it's crazy.
Yeah, there's water. We can't really tell where the edge is, but because of darkness. But it looks like more water has been starting to move into the.
I'll be right back.
There. You can see on the right side of your screen where that little light reflection is. That might be a little bit of water movement there that's been happening, but that parking lot is definitely flooded. Just looking to see if it's getting a little bit higher, or if some of the water is actually leaving the parking lot or trying to drain from the parking lot at this point. But you can see most of the parking lot at Coconut Island and Hilo Bay basically got inundated by ocean. So that's a sign that we have had some tsunami waves that have been moving through. They're not big, but once again, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
You know, this is one of those times where not having the worst case scenario is definitely something to celebrate. But again, we're not completely done with this event yet, because as we've been emphasizing over and over, this is not one wave, this is a series of, an update. And we've also got an update now from Chip McCreary, the head of the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. Let's go there now.
The Big Island now, and we actually got our largest reading so far at 4.5 feet from crest to trough, so from the bottom of the wave to the top about. That's just the initial wave so far there. Some of the other readings have come up here. Maybe I've reported these before, but about 8 feet crest to trough at Kahului. Again, about 8 feet crest to trough in Haleiwa. 3 feet, actually that grew a little bit, in Hanalei. It's also about 4 feet crest to trough in Hanalei. So again, the oscillations are continuing, and they're in places where it's already hit, maybe on Kauai. Hopefully they're starting to die down a bit, but as I mentioned before, we want to monitor this for quite a few wave cycles to make sure the pattern is really going down and it's not going to pop back up again, which it does. This is a pretty standard pattern that things will go down a couple of waves and come up again. So we'll just our job right now for Hawaii is just to continue monitoring this and reporting the readings. And I mean, we issued another bulletin just maybe about half an hour ago with our latest readings, and we'll just continue to do that.
Can you tell us what kind of damage that size waves could do?
Oh, it depends. They're not. They're the kind of things that could cause damage to smaller wooden structures, I suppose. It's hard to say. The thing is that the readings we're reporting here are what we see on a gauge, and so we can't.
Mother
really
Nature, you never know what she's going to do.
happening
This could have
all
been so
along
much
the
worse.
coastline, and gauges are
So
usually
much worse than what it was.
fairly protected places inside a harbor, so oftentimes it's not the largest reading you see on a gauge because people put gauges in a protected place because they
Yeah,
want it to last. a long time.
the standing water could probably be
Put
the
it
most
on
damage
an
they get.
open coast. So we're reporting what we see on these gauges, but we don't know what's actually happening comprehensively along a coast. So if the water comes up, I think I mentioned once before, for a human, if you're standing in water even up to your knee and it's fast moving water, it can easily
Yeah, standing water is not a joke either.
So water has
It's not a joke.
a lot of power when it's flowing fast, and when it comes onto the land, that's what's happening. It's flowing fast, so it can damage structures. But so far, we haven't seen anything too big, but still a little bit early. So we're not out of the woods yet. But I'm quite happy that we, at least on our gauges, we haven't seen numbers like 10 feet above normal sea level. We're seeing the biggest ones are close to 10 feet from crest to trough.
You spoke about kind of informing neighboring countries and nations about the waves coming in. What's the latest data you're giving to them? And since it's past Hawaii, now moving further south, what are you telling neighboring nations?
Well, we actually what we do is we send them the results of our forecast model. So they can see along their coastline. Our model makes forecasts based on an approximation for how big the amplitude might be along their coasts, and then
That tsunami that's
can
still
make their own
unfolding.
decisions about issuing alerts based on that. In some places, like in northern Chile, the Chileans have told us they have a very cliffy coastline, so if they have a wave that's 1 meter, it's not a threat to them because it's not going to go inland along that cliffy coast. So it's all kind of depends upon the individual country what they decide to do with these amplitudes we send them. But we'll update our forecast. We updated this one several times, and then we issue it to those countries.
We've heard some reports that people have started to return back to their homes, especially on the Walking Shore. What is your reaction to that, and what would your advice be?
That's a very poor thing to do until we know it's safe, and so I would always advise to follow instructions from the emergency management community. You're kind of taking an unnecessary chance, and I hope they're all right. But by the same token, I think it's not the right thing to do.
Could you kind of explain why it's not just one big sweeping wave, but it's these rounds that keep on coming minutes apart?
Well, even if you have seen films of the 2011 tsunami in Japan, you can see that sometimes when the wave comes in, it's very subtle. It just looks like a little bit of a surge of the sea. It just starts coming in a little bit and rising slowly, but it doesn't stop. It keeps rising and rising and rising, and the current gets faster and faster. And there's videos of a town that's wiped out in 15 minutes from something that didn't come in like a wall of water. It just came in like a slowly rising tide. Well, not as slow as the tides. It's a rising tide that will come to its peak in 10 minutes or 15 minutes. And why it does that really depends upon the shape of the coastline and the offshore bathymetry. So if it's a gently sloping offshore bathymetry, then the sea is just going to rise slowly. But if it's something that gets focused, or sometimes if there's a sharper slope, then the wave can rise up and form this rolling white water like you see in a breaking surf wave.
So it wouldn't be an anomaly that something big could happen at this point that could change the course of what you're watching?
I'm hopeful not. I think we still haven't seen what's going to happen on the Big Island because we haven't seen enough cycles, but we've seen quite a few cycles on Kauai, and there haven't been any surprises. It did grow after the first waves, but it hasn't grown. It hasn't grown very quickly after that. So I'm hopeful. In most places, maybe we've seen the worst of it.
Does the water line return to normal in between each wave, or does it come all the way in and go all the way back out? How does that work?
When it floods the coast, the water goes down, the coast will drain, but you can have spots on the land where the water's back and it's not going to flow back out to sea. So in big tsunamis where you've had a lot of destruction of structures, then the flowing back out is as dangerous as the flowing back in because you're carrying all this debris, and the debris are battering rams, and of course it's terrible for people in the water too. So. Okay, well, this time I think we'll probably wait another hour to come back down, so we have maybe a more comprehensive look at what has happened and maybe some outlook on where we're going. So thank you.
We were listening into a news conference with Chip McCreary of the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, just providing us the latest. He mentioned a wealth of information right there on kind of the statistics and the new data models that are coming in. Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins can break that down for us on kind of what we're seeing in terms of the forecast.
Thank you so much, Mark. Well, so far so good with the initial cycles is what Chip was talking about. And we're crossing our fingers it continues to behave this way as what we've seen with these initial readings. So those first initial waves came in at 7 o'clock, but then grew larger and larger by 8 o'clock, and hopefully will be on the downward trend into the next several hours. But Chip was talking about it's too early to say if we'll have another spike in energy, so we're not in the clear yet. But what we're seeing is unpredictable, strong currents accompanying all of this, as we did see the initial waves come into the picture during that 7 o'clock and 8 o'clock hour. Here are some of the initial readings reaching the islands. So Haleiwa, one of the largest there at 4 feet. Also on Maui, you see this is an amplitude per 12 seconds in Haleiwa. There's lots of movement over the waters. In Honolulu, it was about 3 feet in amplitude per 20 minutes. So when you look at that timestamp there, when we're talking about per 12 minutes or per 20 minutes, that is wave after wave. We're talking about the first cycle, and then you'll see that energy coming in, a period of time for one wave to the next. And also, amplitude is a measurement here relative to normal sea levels. So these are the numbers that we're seeing that are relative to normal sea level. And we are seeing it hopefully on a downward trend, but it's too early to say. As you can see, the magnitude, the depth, the wave direction plays a big role of how all this unfolds. And as the waves get closer and closer to the islands and how it interacts with the island chain and also with our seafloor as well. And you could see back in history, in 1960, a 9.5 magnitude hurricane, or a 9.5 magnitude earthquake, very devastating situation. It arrived 15 hours, up to 35 feet during that time period. And that was one of the strongest and one of the most devastating in history that we have on record, with that 9.5 magnitude earthquake that happened in Chile. And then also in 2010, even though it was a strong magnitude earthquake at 8.8, only about 3 feet. So it really
So this wasn't as bad
each individual
as they thought it was going to be. Like, this could have been far worse than what they thought it was going to be.
Travel,
So
what direction it has to travel in. And then in 2011, with the Japan earthquake at 9.1, we did see anywhere from 6 to 7 feet in property damage. So it's really dark outside. It's not until tomorrow's morning light we'll see what kind of damage is coming our way. It's too early to say what the readings are. We're seeing some initial cycles in Hilo, but it usually gets hit pretty hard there, being the hot spot of tsunamis due to the bay's shape. And so we'll see what the readings are in the following cycles that we're seeing there. But fortunately enough, we've been seeing some maybe run up and not a whole lot of coastal flooding that's making its way inland. So that's been great news for us. And we could be
okay,
seeing
so
more run up into the next
this actually turned
hours.
out a lot better than what people
Concern,
thought was
of
going to
course,
happen.
will be all of the activity and
So,
movement over the waters with the swell
I'd
energy
say
that
that's
we're
pretty
seeing
much
right now, with
done.
the tide that we're seeing, and then on top
Now we're gonna go grab some water. Yeah, Legion Remix comes out. We're gonna definitely be playing that. We're gonna be playing that hardcore, so hopefully I'm already moved and shit by the time that happens. So, okay, what do I want to do on this character still, other than pick up this trading post stuff? Because it's there's nothing there. Because the trading post resets Friday when Trial of Style starts, which we will be participating in that, trying to get some transmog stuff. Second. I'm gonna go grab another drink real quick. Damn it. Didn't we get the chargers? Got the charger, right? Yeah, I got the charger. Okay, I was making sure. I was about to say. Always get the mounts. There we go. Let's see. There's already a tank in that group, damn. Did I miss anything in guild chat? Nah. Oh, I need to fix it. Oh, that. Wait a minute. What? Account bound. What? Oh, a second. I had the fourth war done. The here veteran of the fourth war. What? I've got it done. It's not giving me credit on any other character. All right, I have it completed there. I swear, I wish it gave me credit for this. Let's see something. Alliance War Campaign. Eventually you'll get a quest in the Ashtar from Lady Jane to call payment. Alright. Payment in kind from Janet. Okay. From Najatar. Go check that out real quick. All right, go see what's going on here.
Champion. We've made repairs to the Chamber of Hearts since you were last here.
Accessing reading database.
Tell our champion what you've found, Mother.
World unit Azeroth cascading toward terminal failure. Evaluation. Possible to reverse condition by amplifying heart of Azeroth.
Amplify it, you say? How?
Infuse hearts with magical essences capable of nurturing world unit Azeroth. Example, energies once granted by Titan Watchers to primitive draconic life forms.
The dragon aspects. What they gave up their powers to save the world from deathling.
These and other compatible essences coalesce in numerous forms and locations. Production of these essences necessary to fortify heart of Azeroth and its wielder.
We've got a lead on where to find the first of these essences. Are you ready, champion?
Mountain, essence origin unknown. Caution recommended. Names indicate extreme subterranean instability.
I serve the descendant. I too have sensed something deep beneath Highwood, in the caverns that were once known Tharians. May the Edis investigate my work, and bring us directly to the source of the disturbance. I knew you would come.
All right.
Such power. I am free of my father's madness, and he seeks to give the essence in defense of it.
All right, let's go. Let's see. Out here? It is.
Strike it, Felsoul hold. Show the Legion that some of us are not so easily broken.
Oh no, not another quest. Must have the unknown equipped. Yeah. I guess it's in my bank. She hasn't really been asking for them lately. Oh, the what? I was watching the video in Hawaii and I saw some in Russia. The kindergarten was pretty much destroyed, it looked like in one of the pictures. Trying to find the bank. I think it's over here. It is. Where's it at? Yeah. Wait, do I not? Oh, I have it right there. We'll grab it. Finish this quest out. Why not? All right. I know my time runner wouldn't have it. Let's see. All right. Might check out Smile RP. Hopefully this shit works. My Rockstar launcher is not wanting to launch right now, so it's doing that crap again. Hmm. Give me a second. Let's see. Damn. There's no heroic version? Shit. Yeah, only thing that's here is that. I'm not paying that much for it, no. Alright, so, yep, no way of getting the helm before the patch unless I get lucky and get no heroic. That sucks. But other than the belt, the helm's the only other piece of this. See? Like this helmet looks good with this set. As opposed to the green set, that helmet looks really good. Should have 3 left. I do. Let's go run a 4 mask real quick, see what we get out of it. Let me fill my tank real quick. I'm gonna run this on 4 mask. Eventually we're gonna level up some characters, because I got a little bit more of the mage sheets. The only one that's going to be a challenge is the healing tower. That's the only one. That one's a little bit harder to cheese, but it's doable. All right. Let's go. Stormwind is much harder than Alright, and the one is the blue. Green, red is Breath of Fire. We want that one. Purple Sanity. Augur is now part of the fight. Okay, cool. Got a purple, which is Sanity, I think. Yeah. Yep. Black is defensive. Green is healing. Blue is poison. Blue is poison. Yeah, no, I saw one where the one of the parking lots was flooded out. No, this is like by a bridge. Yeah, it is. Yeah, but the damage is still going to be there even with standing water. The damage gets crazy. I know. That's the news. They got to simplify it for people. Huh? Yep. That's why they watch the news. You got to write it in Braille for them. Purple is sanity. We don't need purple. Got this. Got a green over here, which is healing. Right, I think I missed a bomb back here. I did. Yeah, I did right here. Yeah, it's like the news is like, you gotta simplify shit for people because they don't understand it. So, okay, check this real quick. Oh, wait, what? Yep. There's a black over there. Black is defensive. Get out of here. I hate getting caught up on the environment here. That is a purple. Purple is sanity. We do not need it. Blue is poison. Auger hurts just a little bit. I missed a bomb back there. We'll get it. Got a black there. So yeah, when we... Hell? When we relocate, I'm going to try to get the Henderson community set up. The way I've got the Sumter community set up currently. So I'm still going to run the Sumter community, help run the Sumter community in Discord. So like that ain't changing. Alright, we'll play. We're going to clear out some of the mobs real quick. Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to get hit by this. Oh, oh, too bad. Black potion. Ooh. in a row. Black is defensive. That's what I just saw here. Where? All right, here. Purple is sanity. We don't need that. We're gonna go in here and fuck these guys up. Why not? Green is healing. Oh, I hear thunder. I tell you what, that damn dog is gonna be scared as shit. We're going here. Punch it in the face. Got a hogger. Like, I don't know if the vision thing is going to be a feature still next patch. We do need to get in and do the Dastardly duos and get that knocked out as well. I got some characters I want to level because I want to cheese the Mage Tower some more. That's a lot of fun. Blue is poison. We do need to wait for our Touch of Death to come off the cooldown. We have a red there. We have a purple there. Purple is Sanity. Red is Fire Breath. We want to get that stacked up as high as we possibly can. Because the Fire Breath really helps out in here. Blue is poison. All right. Should be good for the rest of the instance. All right, Valera, give me a second. All right, this guy here. The fuck? Up. Dead. Why is this here?
Stormwind is still lost. I'm leaving the city. I suggest you do the same. Watch your back.
Blue is poison. Now I've gotten pretty good with Monk Tank this patch. Been really enjoying it, so. Gotta be careful because there is a mob that passed around here. And we could accidentally end up pulling them. And they will take forever to kill, and they will kill your sanity. Blue is poison. Treasure chest. Blue is poison. Alright, jump. Green is healing. Grab the screen real quick. Yeah, having this much verse actually does help out a lot. Right? Interrupt maddening call. Grab this fire breath. All right, now we got 16 seconds left. We'll just go ahead and pull this guy right here. Let's go ahead and get this guy in too, because we have an overcharge now. Did I literally just range that? Yep. Purple is sanity. We don't need it. What am I in combat with? Sheesh. Damn tentacle won't leave me alone. Yeah, next season is going to be awesome. We got a lot of stuff going on in WoW next season. We'll be pushing mythic rating. So I'm hoping we push it to a little bit of a higher degree next season, which I think we will. I know there's an expectation going on next season. Make sure you get your keys done. Make sure if you're going to be late for raid, let them know. There's a lot of personal accountability, which is completely understandable, since the fact is we're actually stepping up a whole another level, because we started the Lush Robust raid team. It was pre-started before. It was actually the name, I believe it was the name of a guild that ended up coming over here. So, and basically the team, though, we did. I feel like we did exceptionally well to get 3 out of 8 mythic. I think we did really well for starting middle of the season with all the constraints. The raid lead is actually a HVAC technician, so that did play a little bit into a little bit of our stuff this season, because during the summer shit got hot. I mean, it is what it is. Life happens. Like with me, part through this season, it's going to be me relocating. We're going to be doing WoW still in the evening on Wednesday and Thursday, and then we're going to be trying to do Pokemon Go on the days I'm not doing WoW. So I'm going to try to mix the two contents. Friday night, we might do some community games. Something I've been really thinking about, wanting to really get into, is doing games with you guys. So, like, we've got Fast Food Sim, Liar's Bard, I think, is another one. I want to get back into Elden Ring, which I'm gonna probably have to install it on the other hard drive. So, because I don't have that much hard drive space, and Elden Ring takes up a lot. Because what I might do is install the other hard drive, copy this one onto the other one, and expand it a little bit. Got to make sure the read write is actually the same, or I will have problems. All right, we got this. Just got to be really careful going through here. Don't try to rush it. This is always the fun part. Augers here. We're not going to touch a death him, but we are going to stagger this damage. Interrupt. Get to a certain point. Move back. Yeah, I knew that was going to happen. We got another Hogger. We're not trying to touch a death Hogger here. We've got 3 boss mobs here that we need to touch a death. All right. Now we go this way. What is that potion? I can't see it. It is a... What is it? Purple. I couldn't see it. Now we go over here and kill this portal keeper. Or portal master, I should say. We got to kill the 5 portal masters and the name mob, the 2 named mobs before we killed the last mob. Fire breath. Nope, nothing about watching my step there. Green is healing. It's more like watch me touch a death. Hopefully we get the fucking helm. That's one thing I really want, is the heroic helm. I've been going at it for months now, so. All right. Let's see, our named mob is right there, so we're going to try to zip past him. We got Hogger here. Interrupt maddening call. Might be fine. We can go take this thing out real quick. Do need to save my touch of death, so. We could be easily finished with this, but we'll hard mode it. There we go. Hard mode complete. Green is healing. Yeah, I'm gonna join you in the tower and we'll punch you in the face. Hopefully touch of death you before you teleport to the other end.
Watch your feet. Watch your feet.
Touch of death. We got purple potions everywhere in this district, so I left them intentionally because of that reason. Fucking love this music, man. It's so mellow. Like, that's one thing 14 has over any other game, is their soundtrack is amazing. The story used to be on point. It's not as on point as it used to be, apparently, from what I've read. I've not been able to experience the story yet, but the story of Endwalker was amazing. Endwalker's story was amazing, and then now we got what we got now. Apparently, the person with the person that's writing the story is, from what I understand, not the same as before. A lot of people aren't happy about it. Let's see something real quick. Yeah, we're good.
Do not listen to the whispers. But you know, they speak the truth, Venator, and you will hear them. I will make you hear them. No.
Watch your step. Watch your step. Watch your shelter. Watch your step.
There we go. I knew I had her close to being gone, so I went ahead and just touched to death. You know, if I know that the boss is almost done, I will do what I got to do to take it out quickly. Let's see. Oh, mm-mm. Literally going to be one heart away from best buddying that Zacian. Crazy. Now best buddy the other one tomorrow. The Koma O. Come on, helmet. Rain. Damn ring. I wish you could target gear in there. Something. Completion reward. I don't need damn ring or shoulders. We got all the mounts from this shit, though. Trying to see if I really wish these guys sold gear. You know, they sell weapons. You sell gear? No, well, you sell his helmet enchants. I'm sitting on probably a shit ton more of those mementos, yeah. Not my arm. My back is killing me right now. This fucking weather, man. Tell ya. I want to see if I can get into Smile RP, because if I can, that might be the server for me to play. Yep. This helmet with this set looks amazing. Oh no, I did not know it had that animation. Oh, that is so cool. That is so cool. I did not know that. That animation is so cool. Alright, now I've definitely got to get the fucking... We've unlocked that. We can probably just upgrade that one. Because it's got leech on it. We're just missing the belt, really. That point, whoa, saw that. I have a champion belt and just upgrade it. Damn, this weather, man. Veteran. Champion and plate. Adventure. Veteran. Okay, yeah, no. No champion. Wait a minute. I could. Oh, no. I'd have to do that fucking nightfall bullshit. I essentially do not feel like doing that right now. I wish I had the red one of this, but I don't. I wish the guild had one of these and I would buy it off them. Not for that much though, fuck no, I'd pay like 50k for it, fuck. I think I'm missing the belt and the helmet. That's it. And it sucks so bad. Yeah, we might be cutting the stream here because I just keep seeing lightning outside, so I'm gonna call it here for the night. I'll be back tomorrow. or later on today. We're gonna do some more WoW probably, and then try to peer into some GTA RP servers. So be on the lookout for that. We're gonna finish up the stuff on the monk. Monk is really the only character I've really got to do a little bit of work on for the patch out. So yeah, I want to thank you guys for stopping by and hanging out. Always a pleasure. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Help the channel a ton. The support is free. Cost a thing. And plus also lets the algorithm know. So lets YouTube and the algorithm know that I'm doing the right things I'm trying to do. On Twitch and Kick, make sure you toss a follow and turn on notifications so that way you know first when I go live. I am verified on Kick, so make sure we are going to hit that before the end of this year. And on that note, that is it. I am done. You're out for the night. You guys have a great day. I'll catch you guys in the next stream. Peace.